Are we on? Right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming this morning. The first session is purely for patients, so quite awkwardly, if you're not a patient, would you mind leaving the room, please? Is that okay? Thank you. Yeah, just sit down. Ian, would you like to come to the front so that you're... So we're running about 20 seconds behind on there, so we can see that's alive. Right, so we're missing... Is May coming? Right, good morning. Thank you for coming, guys. Really appreciate it. So my name is Bilal. I'm one of the surgeons based in Manchester. This is Ian, who's going to be facilitating the session today. He's a surgeon as well. And Heather, you may have spoken to already. She's a public and patient participant
Patient public
involvement coordinator. Sorry, that's a mouthful.
I'm trying to tweet. I'm not doing a very good job. So I'm not
No worries.
being rude.
So, firstly, the reason why we've asked you to come a little bit earlier and why we're speaking to you separately is really to explain the basics of what we're doing today, what we aim to achieve, and why you're so important to this process. It's also sometimes we felt from our experience that it can be a little bit intimidating with other surgeons and other researchers in the room, and that's why we felt it's a better idea for us to have a talk to you separately. We'll have the opportunity to speak and for you to ask any questions, but I just want to run through a very short presentation if that's all right with you. Okay. So firstly, thank you. And thank you not only to the people in the room, but also to those online. We're being joined by patients from across the world as well. It's not just within this room. So this presentation's for them as well. So why are we here today? What's the purpose of the meeting? Well, the purpose of the meeting really is to finalize a list of outcomes which we're going to ask researchers to report when they're studying surgery for stomach cancer. And we'll go through the different terms that we're going to be using today as we go along. The most important term that we're going to be using today is outcome. What we found in our research is that people use the word outcome differently. So when we're using it in the context of this meeting, in the setting of this meeting, the word outcome means an effect of treatment. And that can be both the positive effects of treatment and also the harmful effects of treatment as well. So an example of a positive effect may be that the surgery gets rid of the cancer, whereas a harmful effect may be a complication such as a chest infection after an operation, or a wound infection, or a blockage of the bowel, or lots of other things like that. And that's how we're going to use that term today. Why we've asked you to help us, why we've invited you as patients in particular, is because you have you have invaluable lived experience. You know better than anybody else that's going to be sat in this room what life is like following surgery for cancer of the stomach. You've had part or all of your stomach removed, and that has had an impact, and you've all had different experiences, and that's why we've asked you to help us develop this research project. You will be representing the patient voice today. So your role is very, very important. And the point of this session here is to really drill that home and empower you to believe that actually you're probably the most important voice in this room today. We are going to be joined by nurses and surgeons today in the room and online, and that's why it's important to have the balance. We have the balance of the surgeons who are doing the research and the surgery, the balance of the patients who are going through the surgery and the effects of it. But also we found that the nurses tend to be a go-between. They face both ways. They face towards the professional surgical side of things, but also towards the patients. And that's why all three groups are involved. So who's going to be at the meeting today? Well, yourself, firstly, of course. You will get the chance to speak to one another later today, if you already haven't. Nurses, and some of you may recognize the nurses that are going to be joining us today. And finally, surgeons, and you may recognize some of us today in the room. You'll be joined by the study team as well. So we have Ian, Heather, we also have Lauren, one of our specialist nurses. In fact, could you go and grab Lauren? Is that okay? Thank you. And then Paula is one of the other members of the study team as well, who's going to be just sitting at the back and not getting involved. Importantly, we're also being joined by people from across the world online, and how they're going to interact is by watching the feed. So the camera today at the beginning will be here, but then we're going to move it to this corner to show them the discussion. And any participants online will be able to enter their comments online on the YouTube channel. They'll be able to hear you, and then I will be reading their comments out as well. Okay? Very good. So what will be discussed? So today we'll be discussing the benefits of surgery and the harmful effects, as we've talked about today. And some of these themes may be upsetting for some people. Particularly if you've had a complication that we're discussing, or maybe you have some anxiety or worry about some of the things that we're talking about. And that's something I want you to bear in mind. So if you are upset by anything that we talk about today, all you have to do is step out of the room, or if you feel that you don't want to at that moment in time, you can speak to one of the study team. We have Lauren here. Lauren's one of our specialist nurses. And she's, obviously well trained in this area. She offers our patients support, and if there's any way that she can support you today, she's more than happy to do that. Of course, if you want to come to speak to me or Ian or Heather during the day, absolutely, you're more than welcome to do that. We're going to be talking about outcomes. We're going to be sometimes we're going to be using terms that we don't necessarily understand. And particularly as patients, what we're going to try to do today is minimize the medical terms, the technical terms, so that we can make sure that as patients you have as much engagement as possible. Okay? If you don't understand something, all you have to do is raise your hand. Okay? And Ian, as the facilitator today during our discussions, is going to be looking out. Lauren will be looking out as well. Heather will be looking out, and I will certainly be looking out for anyone if you're not quite sure. If you don't want to stick your hand up, then we've given you some red question marks in your packs, so you can just lift those up, and hopefully it'll catch Ian's eye. So we're gonna reiterate that point to our nurses and our surgeons today. Expenses and parking. If you have driven by car today, we have some vouchers that we're going to give you, but we will cover all your travel expenses. So I don't want you to be concerned about that. Just keep your receipts, and then we can cover your expenses. Make sure you collect your parking voucher before you leave, though. So does everybody have the Turning Point app installed on their phone? Does anybody not have? Do you have your? You don't. Do you have a phone with you that you? So we'll help you do that shortly.
Yes. And I'm not sure if it has its own, to be honest, because I've been using mine a long time.
Okay.
And I don't think it was brought out then when I purchased this phone.
No problem. So what we'll do, I've got a spare phone that you can use with everything set up on it. Okay?
That'll be a big help.
Very good. Right. Does anybody have any questions about what I've said? We will be going through in more detail what we're going to do with everybody else in the room shortly.
Yeah.
But now is the opportunity to ask any questions. Yes.
Did I see that you said that 40 people are participating online?
Yes.
Only 40?
Yes.
And there's 5 of us here?
Yes. And then there's probably another 25 people outside waiting to come in.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So in total, there should be around 60 to 70.
Okay, so it's is it a set number for the research?
Well, for today or moving forward, yes. So we've tried to limit the number of people that will attend because there's going to be discussions. We have to strike the balance between having enough people to bring out enough opinions, but not having far too many people that we spend 3 hours on one point where we've got quite a lot to get through. So it is important. And also, we've got to bear in mind that Manchester City and Manchester United are playing today, and some people want to get away. Of course.
Will we be talking about that stomach cancer by the time you find it? Is it 85%?
Mhm.
It's too late. Will we be talking-
So we won't be focusing on that. That might be something you wish to bring out. You know, you're free to discuss whatever's important to you in relation to the outcome that we're discussing at that time. And your opinions from different perspectives and views will be important to that. So that might come up in the discussion. But the focus today is really looking at outcomes that occur after surgery. Are you all happy? Very good. Ian? Oh, yes, Jeff.
Question. My treatment involved chemotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy. I suppose that applies to other people as well. And there are issues, if you take the whole picture, then I probably have comments about other aspects other than the surgical part. Are you in any way interested in the other bits, the chemo before and after?
Okay, so you've just reminded me something, actually. So when we're going to talk today, the person who talks will be given a microphone so that everybody online can hear them. So just for the benefit of people online, the question was that you have had chemotherapy on either side of the operation, and are we going to be focusing on the effects of chemotherapy? In summary, no. However, there will be aspects of chemotherapy that play into surgery, and there will be overlap as well. So it may be relevant. You're free to talk about those aspects as and when they come up. So I don't want you to feel, I don't want to talk about this part, I'm only allowed to talk about this part. Today is an opportunity for you to discuss whatever opinions you feel are relevant at that time. And our job is to try and tease apart the information that is relevant, really. Ian?
I think the only thing I'd like to add is that genuinely you are experts by lived experience. A surgeon is an expert at what they do. A nurse is an expert at what they do. But nobody's opinion is less important. The other thing to say is I'm a children's ear, nose and throat surgeon. So clearly I will know far less about this than yourself. But the point is my role is to make sure that everybody understands and can participate. Okay? So if you feel that I'm not coming to you and giving you the opportunity to talk about what you want to talk about, then please just be a bit persistent. All right.
Heather, would you like to add anything?
No, just, I think I've already said to you all, just really feel that you've got such an important voice here. You know, it's invaluable, your perspective. So just to reinforce that, yeah.
The other thing to bear in mind, and we will talk about that in the next session, is we are going to try to stick to time. And whilst we are going to prioritise your opinions and views, don't be upset if we're having to move on, because there is a reasonable amount to get through today. Okay? Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for attending this morning. Thank you for giving up your Sunday. And thank you for those who have joined us very early in the morning online. Some people have gotten up at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, and some people are joining us at 7 and 8 o'clock at night. So it'll be a late night for them as well. So my name is Bilal. I'm a consultant surgeon in Manchester at Salford Royal, and I'm involved in the gastro study. And we've been talking about the gastro studies for a little while. Some of you have been involved for quite a long time, and some of you have only recently become more involved. So today's session is going to cover the purpose of the study and why you're all so important to us today. So some housekeeping. Firstly, the toilets are towards the right. Secondly, there's no expected fire alarms today. So if it does go off, then what we have to do is exit the building and meet towards the Manchester Central car park, which is just that way. We'll be serving refreshments and lunch throughout the day, so we're going to have regular breaks. So I don't want you to be too concerned about the sessions going on and on and on forever, because we want to keep everybody as fresh as possible. I'm going to try and keep to time as absolutely best as possible. And the importance of this is that we have people joining us online, and they need to organise their times and sort their refreshment breaks out, etc. One of the big things of today is that we want to try to keep our language as plain as possible. We have patients involved today and online. We have participants whose first language isn't necessarily English. So we have to try to avoid using technical terms as best as possible. We're going to be using our video link today. This will be streamed live, but we're not going to make that available after the event unless we get people's permission. So I want you to be reassured that everything that we say today is confidential, and it just stays within this room and is not going to be available later on. Okay, we're going to take some photographs. So before everybody leaves, maybe at lunchtime and throughout the day, we're going to be taking some photographs and maybe have a group photograph as well. This will be put on social media. So if you don't want to be involved in that, you just need to let us know. Car parking, for those who have driven here today, we've got discounted vouchers, and you just have to make sure that you've parked at Central Manchester. It's a bit late now, isn't it? And finally, acknowledgements. You've all taken the time out to be here today on a Sunday, very early in the morning. And in a way to thank you, we're going to be acknowledging your participation in publications and in presentations, and we'll also be giving you out some certificates later on. Certainly from a professional perspective, we can use those for our appraisals as well. So, I'd like to start off by thanking Medtronic. Medtronic are our industry partner today. They've sponsored the event. They're not asking for anything in return. They're helping us. They're facilitating this event today. So you can go and have a look at some of the stuff that they do from the patients and the nurses' perspective. It might be interesting for you to go and see some of the instruments that we've used in surgery and that we continue to use in surgery. Now, for those of you who are here and online, we're going to be using the Turning Point app. So we've given you lots of instructions as to how to download this app, and now it's time to switch this on. So we've done this with our participants today already. There's a 20-second or 30-second time lag between us and the image that is being presented on YouTube. So we're going to bear that in mind during the voting process today. So what I'd like you to do is go onto your apps on your phone, and then you'll be greeted by a sign-in option. Sign in as a guest. You don't need to have an account, just sign in as a guest. And then you'll be met with something which says Session ID. So the Session ID is this, Gastros. Gastros. It doesn't matter whether it's in capital or small letters, or it doesn't matter. Just put that in. and then you'll be asked for your first name, your surname, and your, yes, I've done that already, and your email address. So take some time just to do that if you haven't already. And then you should be met with a screen which says polling closed. Okay? So that means that you've logged on, you have access to the polling, and as we vote today, we're going to be testing the app and the image will come up. So, gastros. This is the topic of today. This is what we're trying to achieve. This is the study that we're going to be contributing to today. What is gastros? What's the purpose of it? Well, what I'd like you to do is imagine it's time to buy a car. And you want to choose between a Ferrari and a Porsche. Before you spend your money, and it'll be a lot of money on a Porsche or a Ferrari, what's going to help you make that decision is some reviews potentially. So you go online or you pick up a magazine and you look at the first review. And the first review compares the two cars with respect to the top speed. It also compares the two cars in terms of fuel efficiency, how much petrol it uses. And finally, the engine power. And based on this review, the Ferrari is the winner. But it's a lot of money to spend, isn't it? So you're not just going to base your opinions or choice on one review. So you go to another review, and you think, oh, maybe this will tell me what the first reviewer said and encourage me to go out and buy the Ferrari. However, this time, the review is comparing the two cars in terms of time to get to 0 to 62 miles an hour, comfort, and customer feedback. So it's using three completely different criteria or comparisons. And in this review, the Porsche is the winner. So in confusion, you go to another review. And this time, the review compares the two in terms of time to get to a quarter of a mile and safety. And in this review, both of them come out as equals. So how do you choose? This is just adding more confusion to the question, isn't it? And it doesn't matter whether you're choosing between two cars or maybe between Pepsi and Coca-Cola, whether you want to choose between an iPhone and a Samsung, or even when choosing which holiday destination you want to go to next. How do you choose? Surgery for gastric cancer is the only way, or is the only treatment method that we have to potentially cure cancer. However, what we don't know is which is the best approach to undertake that surgery. How do we best perform that operation? In order to answer the question, what's the best operation for stomach cancer, in the same way that we have to base our choice of cars on lots of different reviews, we should ideally be basing our decision on lots of different studies telling us the same thing. Now, I'm going to give you an example of one comparison that we might want to make with respect to stomach cancer surgery, and that's open surgery versus keyhole surgery or minimally invasive surgery. So when we review our options here, we look at something called outcomes. So the criteria that we looked at in the car reviews, we use something called outcomes. And outcomes are effects of the treatment. They can be positive effects and negative effects. And some of the positive effects may be the ability for the operation to remove the cancer. And some of the harmful effects also include things like complications such as chest infections, the joints not holding or healing properly, or bleeding and other things like that. And this term is something that we're going to be using a lot throughout the day. So when we decide which is best, rather than a review, we look at our research studies. And one research study might compare the two in terms of long-term survival, how long a patient lives for after surgery, pain after surgery, and how effective each operation is to try and remove the cancer. So which one's best? Another study might compare the same two surgeries, but use completely different outcomes to compare the two approaches. This time we're looking at bleeding during surgery, how long a patient stays in hospital, and what the quality of life for the patient is like after the operation. So how do you make your choice? And we know that this is the case. So we've studied this. We looked at all surgical trials, research trials, over the last 20 years from all across the world. And what we found was everybody was doing something different. Everybody was comparing different outcomes. They were comparing different outcomes. They were measuring them in different ways. They used different definitions. And the measurements or the instruments that they used to look at these outcomes were completely different. So how do we make our choice with respect to surgery? And that's what we're here today. We have to speak the same language. The trials and the research must speak the same language. We should be reporting the same outcomes and using the same words and definitions. And we'll talk about that shortly. What about patients? Are the outcomes that we're looking at in trials important to patients? And we've looked at that as well. We interviewed 20 patients. Some of you were involved in those interviews. And we asked patients what was important to them after surgery or in relation to surgery. And what we found was the priorities of patients were not reflected in the studies and the research studies that had happened over the last 2 decades. Just as an example, I'm going to talk you through this graph. It's a bit wordy. But these are the outcomes on the left-hand side that patients felt, at least 50% of patients felt were important. So we look at things like dying after surgery, how long they lived after surgery, looking at things like recurrence, but also looking at things such as weight loss, the psychological impact of surgery, fatigue, and the ability to return to normal and having a good quality of life. Now in yellow, hopefully, these are the outcomes that were reported by research studies. So you can see things such as how long a patient lives after surgery or whether or not a patient dies as a result of surgery, that's reported quite often. But if you look at other things which are important to patients, such as eating and drinking issues, weight loss after surgery, the psychological impact, the longer-term issues, gastrointestinal symptoms, problems with eating and drinking and dumping syndrome, these were not reported by research studies. So we have to do something about this. So how can we address this challenge? Well, we believe we need something called a core outcome set. And this is a term you're going to be hearing a lot. A core outcome set is a group of outcomes which are measured and reported as a minimum by research trials within a certain area. So what we're trying to do is get the future research studies to report the critically important, the most important outcomes for patients and surgeons and nurses, of course. And this isn't a problem just for stomach cancer. This is endemic. This is a problem widespread throughout the medical literature, medical research. And we're working with COMET, and Paula, who's part of the research team, leads this group called COMET Initiative, whose job is to facilitate and help other people develop these core outcome sets in other medical fields as well. So the aim of the meeting today is to make final recommendations about which outcomes we should be reporting in future trials for surgical trials in stomach cancer. We're going to be doing 3 things today. We're going to review the results of an international survey. Some of you may have participated in this. We undertook this over the last 12 months. And over 1,000 people from nearly 60 countries participated in this survey to tell us which outcomes were the most important. We're going to be reviewing the results of those. from that survey, the study team was able to identify outcomes which the survey participants said should definitely be included in the survey. There were some outcomes that we have found that there's agreement that that they shouldn't be included in the outcomes, and then in the core outcome set. And then there's a group of outcomes that we're really going to be focusing on today, where we're not quite sure whether they should be in or out. And that's really the main focus of the discussions today. So the international survey, some of you have been involved in this, saw over 1,000 people. Importantly, over 300 patients from across the world, from 5 continents, took part in this. Lots of clinical nurse specialists, oncology nurses, and of course, as expected, lots of surgeons as well took part in this. Now, we were expecting more people, but of course, here today in the meeting room. However, because of the travel restrictions and the whole coronavirus thing, we've limited, or they have not been able to travel in today, but they are able to participate online. And this is an example of what was asked of the participants in the survey. So the outcomes that we gave them to mark and to rate were on the left. Then there was a plain language explanation, and they were asked to rate how important they felt each outcome was on a scale of 1 to 9. 1 being not important, 9 being critically important to include in this core outcome set. And there were 57 outcomes in total that they were asked to rate. Once they rated it after the first round, what we did was we calculated the scores, and then we showed the participants for a second time what everybody else had rated and asked them to change their mind if they wanted. After the survey was completed, we could then push some outcomes into the include category, some outcomes into exclude because they weren't important to people, and then finally there was a group of outcomes where we weren't quite sure whether they should be included or excluded. So how did we decide which outcomes should fit into which category? So I want you to remember the purpose of this study is to identify core outcomes, not outcomes which may be important, but core outcomes which are vitally important. They are so vitally important they should be reported by every single research study in the future in this field. And that's what I want you to remember today. We grouped patients together, we grouped nurses together, and we grouped surgeons together. And the reason why we chose those 3 groups is because patients are the ones with lived experience and they are experts in their own right. Surgeons are experts in undertaking the surgery, but nurses are also vitally important because they face both ways. We find that from our experience and our day-to-day practice is that nurses face towards the surgeons, but they also face towards the patients. So it's a nice spectrum to see patients, nurses, and surgeons, and that's why nurses are vitally important for today as well. In order for an outcome to be included, we wanted to make sure that that group, patients or nurses or surgeons, thought that that outcome was very, very important. So if you imagine 300 patients were asked to rate each outcome, if at least 70% of those patients said it was critically important and less than 15% thought it was unimportant, then that was included. Okay? Because we wanted to make sure that that outcome was critically important to the vast majority of people. In order for it to be included in the core outcome set, all 3 groups had to agree. Patients, surgeons, and nurses had to fulfill that criteria. How did we exclude outcomes? Well, if less than 50% of patients or nurses or surgeons felt that the outcome was critically important, less than 50%, that was the criteria for exclusion. And again, all 3 groups had to agree. Okay? So what were the results of this survey? We had agreement from patients, nurses, and surgeons in 13 outcomes that should be included. And we'll run through those shortly. There were 13 outcomes where there were unanimous agreement from patients, nurses and surgeons that this should be excluded. And what we're going to be focusing on today are the 31 outcomes, and we're going to break them up today. So don't worry about them, don't worry too much about thinking, oh, we've got to discuss 30 things today. Any other combination is a no consensus, okay? So that's the focus of today. We're going to be asking participants in the room and online to discuss each of these outcomes in detail. And then after each discussion, we're going to be voting on the apps. Okay, you'll be given the opportunity to vote on the app. Any outcomes which are included will be added to those lists of 13 at the end of the day. Okay? So what will you see today? So we're going to test our app. Would you just help at the end? Okay. So we're going to test our apps today. So we should all be signed in. Okay. And what I'd like you to do now is choose your group. Are you a patient? Are you a nurse? Are you a surgeon? And we have to bear in mind that there's about a 20-second lag between the online participants and participants in the room. And we're going to allow everyone that opportunity after each voting. You can see some people are, so it's taken a little while, that's fine. This is going to give us a chance to see how long we have to wait for each vote. And you have the ability to change your answer. Okay, so we'll go through that shortly. We'll give another 30 seconds. So if you think you're a patient and change your mind. Oh, yes. So apologies. So the Wi-Fi for participants in the room is just the Midland guest Wi-Fi. There's no password or anything like that. Okay, so that's fine. So we've got 30 people so far, approximately, taking part. Okay, so we've got 5 patients in the room. 14 surgeons and 8 nurses. And then what we're going to ask you to do now, so for each outcome, we're going to show you a slide such as this. So the title of the outcome, what the outcome means. So for this particular one that we will be discussing shortly, gastrointestinal functional problems. That's a bit of a mouthful, so we've explained what that is. Symptoms related to how the digestive system works, including those which may become problematic months after discharge from hospital. And these are descriptions that we agreed with patients a long time ago. And these are the results from the international survey. So it shows you for this outcome, patients thought that it should be included, surgeons thought that it should be included, and actually, nurses were not quite sure. However, we also look at the percentages at the bottom, and you can see for this outcome, it missed out by 0.4%. So if 0.4% more of nurses had scored this or rated this as critically important, then it would have been included already. Okay? So then the next stage, after we've had our discussions in the room, we will then ask participants to vote. And that should come up on your screens now. So you can vote now whether you find it's critical, important, or unimportant. And hopefully all these these black indicators will turn a different colour. The other thing to bear in mind is if you change your mind, actually, I want to change my mind, it's not very important, after you've pressed it the first time, you can do that. So we have to wait now until all these black dots change. And that's why we'll give participants 30 seconds to a minute online. 2. The external participants are from all 5 continents. Well, we have 30 right now. 2, 4, 2, 6, 30. So we have Mexico, we have Brazil, we have North America, so Canada and the States, we have China, we have South Korea, we have India, and we have all across Europe as well. So.
I'm just wondering whether everybody's actually in and on, and whether this is real voting, because when you said in the room,
Yep.
we're 27 in total, and there are 30.
Yes. So it might be that that 27 included everybody that was involved online as well. Okay. So there are people who are just joining now. So I'm following this on YouTube to see who's signing in. And there'll be the opportunity for them to sign in. So we're holding it in sections. So if people drop off or join in, they can re-establish that connection. Okay, so polling is closed now. And then we get to see the results. Okay? And how are we going to treat this now? We're going to treat each group separately. So if we look here, 100% of patients feel that this outcome is important. In this room, surgeons, or in the participants, 50% say it's important, but another 43 and 7% say it is important or unimportant. And with respect to the nurses, they're split as well. So what we're going to use the same criteria that we applied to the Delphi survey, the international survey. And we want to see at least 70% from each group to say that it is critically important and less than 15% to say it's unimportant. So based on this graph, we can say that we don't hit that criteria, okay? And as I mentioned before, we want to identify core outcomes here. So we want to identify outcomes that are important to all 3 groups. That's not to say that if it's not included in the core outcome set, that study researchers won't want to report that outcome. Okay, they'll be encouraged to report other outcomes as well as those outside of the core outcome set. Fine. So what I want you to bear in mind are 4 things. Number 1, this is a minimum set of outcomes. So as I've just said, researchers will be encouraged to report other outcomes as well. But we want to identify the vitally important ones that all researchers will be asked to report. I want you to ask yourself, is this a core outcome? Is it so vitally important that every future study should report it? Sometimes people have asked in other consensus meetings, in other topics, how many outcomes should we have in a core outcome set? Should it be 5 or 10 or 15 or 20? The answer is there is no number, okay? However, what we have to bear in mind is this core outcome set has to be usable, okay? So if we have 100 outcomes, researchers might not want to use that. It might be too difficult for them to use. But we have to have the critically important outcomes. Bear in mind that some of the outcomes, yes, Lauren, do you have a mic? Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to ask, some outcomes are quite difficult to measure.
Yeah.
And they're quite difficult for different studies
Yes.
to use a consistent measurement tool.
Yes.
or there's conflict, that there are different measurement tools.
Yes.
So typically, quality of life is one outcome. When we vote
Yes.
to say that something's critical or important, should we factor in the fact that some of the outcomes are actually quite challenging to measure?
That's a really good question.
And actually, what you're putting on future researchers and authors is almost an impossible task
Yes.
to reliably measure and give really good outcome data for that particular
That's an excellent
parameter.
question. I want you to hold that thought for the next slide. Okay. So I want you to think about the number of outcomes. There may be some groups of outcomes which can be reported or measured or recorded at the same time. So, for example, complications, and we're going to be talking about this, researchers might be reporting that all at the same time. So it might be easier for them to measure those all at the same time. So the burden of measurement, how difficult it will be for the researchers to report or record that outcome might actually be very small, even though those outcomes may be great in number. Okay? So that's something to bear in mind. Now, to go on to the next question, is the impact of how outcomes will be measured. Absolutely. So, Alan, you've just stated that some outcomes are really difficult to measure because we don't have the right tools to measure them. I don't want you to factor that in. That is work for the future for us and for other researchers to develop. What we want to identify is what is important today, not how we should be measuring them, because that is definitely something that we will be looking at, whether our group or in collaboration with others in the future. Depending on how quickly we get through this, we may use some time right at the end of the meeting to talk about how we define outcomes and who should be involved in that. But I'll leave that for now. So are there any questions at the minute from anybody? At the back.
Check. Well, hi. My name is Renaud and I'm a upper GI surgeon from Newcastle. Can I just ask, now, this last thing that we just voted on, was that just a...
It was a test.
Okay, fine. So, in that, more than 70% of surgeons, more than 70% of patients thought it was important.
Yes.
So it was only amongst the nurses that they didn't have a consensus. Now, when you
And the surgeons as well. You can see here the surgeons in orange, the vote was split.
No, I was talking about the original Delphi.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So when you put it to the re-vote or whatever you call it, do you really need to ask everybody to vote, or does it just need to be the nurses alone who probably need a little more information to be better informed about that particular outset to kind of push that across that margin? Because you've actually run a huge consensus, you've actually run this huge Delphi with so many more people. Today you only have 30 people, be it nurses, surgeons, patients, all put together. I think if we leave it to these 30 to kind of decide for what has already been decided on a much larger scale, unless you wanted that one particular group of people who went decided to have a little more information to either decide yes or no, to take it either across it or to actually say, actually we decide that's fine, just leave it at that.
So that's an excellent comment. So the first thing to say about that is if we had preset criteria before we started this study. So according to those preset criteria, and you have to have a cutoff, you have to have some kind of cutoff. That outcome, although it just missed, it still missed. Okay? Now, what this forum gives us an opportunity that the Delphi survey participants did not have, which is an opportunity to discuss and talk about opinions with each other. The Delphi survey participants didn't have that. So there's definitely benefits here that the survey participants did not have. So there's positives in holding this kind of discussion as opposed to just holding it or just holding an international survey. Because if we just held an international survey, then we've got our 13 outcomes already. We have to have some kind of cutoff. So I appreciate your comments, but we must have some kind of discussion to look at these other comments, to look at the no consensus outcomes.
I've got the mic here. Bilal, sorry, it's Paula. I think maybe the comment related more to the fact that on this test, in the room, it's really very different, apart from the patients, but the surgeons and the nurses' scoring is very different from the Delphi. But it is just a test, and I think it will probably become clearer when Ian is facilitating that in any of the outcomes that are being discussed, there'll be a discussion. And that's true, isn't it? Which wasn't done here.
Yes, absolutely. So that's a bit that was missed out. So we didn't discuss.
Bilal Khurshid Akhtar, upper GI surgeon from Manchester. So, excellent organization, presentation, very, very good. My question was about the patient group.
Yes.
Who are these patient group? Are they control group? Is there a control group here?
So we have patients in the room, scattered in the front.
Yeah, but what I meant that patient means, are they existing patient, are they past patient, or are they impending patient?
No, so these are patients all who have had surgery before.
So they are a group who
Who
already
have
experienced.
Absolutely, lived
Okay.
experience of surgery.
Why I ask this question is that when we would be discussing patients, these outcome, they won't be experienced patient.
Yeah.
So would they reflect the same, their feeling would be the same, or have you put that in the...
So it's a good question. Should we have included patients who were not, who had not had surgery before? And we have thought about that already. And, you know, I know from discussions with patients, a lot of patients don't know what to ask or don't know what to prioritize until they've been through the process. And certainly that's the view of the patients in the room and the patients who we interviewed. So that's why the focus has been on patients who have been, who have gone through the process of surgery alone. Could you have the mic? Yeah, so what
their needs are maybe different, and would it be right, or would it be right to ask somebody who does not have experience what does matter
good point.
to them?
And that's why we've asked the patients today and the patients who have taken part in the survey to represent those views as well, so that because they've been through the whole journey from beginning to end, they will be able to represent each stage of the treatment pathway, including what's happened after surgery as well. Alan at the back.
Sorry, this is a slightly geeky, mechanistic question. You've got a range of different outcomes and different scores from the Delphi survey, some of which you're really close to the mark, and others of which you're quite a long way away.
Yeah.
In the final analysis of whether you include something into the core outcome dataset, do you weight or balance that?
No, so each group is taken separately, and so that's how it's weighted. So even if we have, because we've got 5 patients, 12 surgeons, 8 nurses, each group is taken separately, so they're given an equal weight of a third, a third, a third. And if they hit that criteria of 70%, it's in, if all 3 groups agree. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't. So even if it's 69.6%, that's not included. It might have just been missed out, but we have to have a cut-off somewhere. Okay. Ola?
Janice Brown, patient. I'm just thinking, Bilal, when you're saying there's a cut-off point and you've got a percentage, I'm weighing that because it could be really important. But you've said you've got this cut-off point, so if it's 69.9%, it's not going in. And I know some of the things I've been looking at, thinking, well, yeah, I know there's a big difference. The patients say it's important to them, then it goes down. The surgeons may not say it's important, and the nurses who are the go-between, it depends which patients they're seeing at the time. And again, you've got to remember, when people are going through these stages with regard to the cancer, they might not say things at certain stages, they might not say it until maybe when they're going back into clinic and
Okay.
things are picked up then. So I'm just having this thing
so
about weighing
well, hopefully that's not going to be the problem or the case for the vast majority of outcomes today. Hopefully we're going to see a quite clear cut-off. But if there is, if we are 69.9%, then let's discuss that at the time. Let's not get necessarily too worried about a minute cut-off, because it might not be a problem for us today. Paula? Oh, Alan.
So I know you've sent the Delphi survey results, but will you, for each category, show the results
Yes,
of the,
yes.
before we get to vote?
Absolutely, yes.
Because I think it influences, I take Janice's point, that if we're 69.6%, I think it sort of influences our decision-making, that actually the vast majority are almost there.
It may do, as well as the discussions in the room might bring out certain things which help you make that decision.
Yeah, I think it's just really, really important to say that when Ian starts facilitating, he's going to really ask people to speak up, either in favour or not in favour of the outcomes being core, depending on the results. So I would just encourage people who think something is core when it doesn't look like it's going in, really need to try and make the case to the other people in the room, and vice versa. So I think this discussion has just shown that that is what's needed today, and that is what the opportunity is today.
Okay. So what I'll also be once Ian starts facilitating, I'll be reading the comments. So I don't want people online thinking that I'm ignoring them. I'm not. So we'll be running through that.
Bilal, sorry. Just like there's a question about, do we know what kind of patients are here?
Yeah.
If without upsetting anybody, please may I know what kind of nurses are here? Yes. Because are they theatre nurses, or are they CNSs? Are they ward nurses?
Clinical nurse oncologists. Okay. So it's CNSs,
yeah.
Specialist nurses, who, it may be that some of the nurses online have experience of going into the operating theatre, because not every nurse is involved, has the same job, for example. Yeah. So there may be different aspects of their job. However, at the very least, their role will be to facilitate the care and the pathway of patients and be looking after patients at some point.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're okay to move on. Just give me 1 second and we'll move on to the next set of discussions. So Ian, would you like to step up? And we're going to talk about what's been included and what's been excluded. And after we do this bit, we're going to give a couple of minutes just so that the camera can be moved around, because the camera's going to be facing the room. Okay. So, the outcomes that were included and excluded, that's what we're going to talk about now. So these are the 13 outcomes, okay? These are the 13 outcomes that nurses, patients, and surgeons all agreed should be included in the core outcome set. And I have grouped them together. Outcomes which are related to surviving and controlling cancer. And these are how long someone is alive without cancer returning, dying from stomach cancer, dying as a consequence of the operation, the chances of the cancer coming back, ensuring that the tumour has been surgically removed. Then we have some longer-term outcomes, overall quality of life, nutritional effects of the surgery or the impact on nutrition. And then we have this topic of complications, and we really need to talk about this in greater detail right now. All-cause complications, intraoperative complications, complications that happen during surgery, complications related to the anaesthetic, complications related to surgical joins made as a result of removing the cancer, a multiple organ failure, which is a severe complication which leads to several organs not functioning properly, and then finally blood loss as a result of surgery. And these are, as I've stressed, All three groups have said that this is critically important to include in the core outcome set. Do we have any questions regarding this list?
My name's Jeff, I'm a patient, and it so happens I'm sitting next to the surgeon that actually undertook the procedure. But that's, my issue here is that if the complication was resolved satisfactorily, then as a patient I'm not the remotest bit interested. So when you say complications, I mean there are complications in all jobs and procedures, one presumes. Is it a complication that's unresolved that is considered to be important, or because if it's resolved, then why is there an issue? Why is it considered an important outcome?
And this is important because this is important to discuss because everyone's opinion of the importance of that outcome may be different. And this is the purpose of a consensus meeting. Not everybody will agree. There will likely be disagreement on each of the points that we discussed today. However, what we have to do is find some commonality. So there may be some outcomes in there that you think, actually, that's not important to me. And that's why it was important for us to decide, well, so long as it's important to at least 70% of that group, we're going to include it. So I completely understand there might be some outcomes on here that are not important to you, but certainly as a group of patients, at least 70% thought that it was important.
I was kind of trying to depersonalise it, because it's perhaps a semantic question I kind of suppose that the presumption I'm making is that patients have considered it important because they perceive it's an unresolved complication. Mm-hmm. But if it was resolved, it's a technical matter that was dealt with during the procedure. Yeah. It's difficult for me to imagine any patient being particularly concerned.
So that will come out in discussions today.
Okay.
For each of the no consensus outcomes.
Right.
But even if it's resolved, it may have still had an impact on their quality of life, or so that there's lots of implications to that particular outcome that if you've not necessarily been through that or suffered that complication, it might not have impacted you, but it might have impacted others differently. And that's why we have to try and seek consensus as a group, because even if it hasn't affected you in one way, it might have affected somebody else in a different way.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I come back on that? I mean,
Yeah.
This is
You're next.
which is an important aspect, which we, like sometime when I say to my patient that, there is a risk of not surviving the operation, and the impression that 1% risk of not surviving or 3% of risk, which we take is very important for us. I get sometimes this feeling that patients think that, 50% chance is quite all right, or 30% some of patients would be. What did you expect, patients? So their expectation and surgeons' expectations are, we have put certain expectation in our area and the point that if the complication is resolved is that we put every complication, whether it resolved or not, as an important factor.
And this is the beauty of this type of process.
Yes, indeed.
It takes into account everyone's opinion, and it also gives patients an equal footing with surgeons. So what we've demonstrated already is patients and surgeons don't necessarily see eye to eye. And what surgeons think patients believe is completely different to what
Indeed.
actually patients believe. And that's why we have treated patients as a separate group and surgeons as a separate group. And that will come out in discussions today. At the front.
I'm just coming back on what Jeff said, because it just made me think about this. So the last bit about complications, so these are included.
Yes.
But I'm just wondering what level of information is included. So do we, it's okay to say, okay, you're going to get complications, but unless we have the information behind that, that's not going to help.
And we will be discussing that in the next
Okay.
2 slides about
Okay.
complications in particular.
Because if like 1 in a million has one complication, then, you know, obviously the...
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Janice?
Yeah, I just want to say that as a patient, we've got to always consider where people are at and how much information they're taking in at any one time. So, you could say, right, we don't know what we're going to find. At the end of the day, they don't know what they're going to find when they go in. And I think, we're having these conversations and everything, but you've got to remember what people are taking in, what they understand. I've come out of being in with a consultant with my sister, and I've said, oh, they said this. No, they didn't. They said this. So again, when you've been told you've got a diagnosis, how you're taking in information, it changes from moment to moment, from anxiety to anxiety, and from, oh my goodness, and thinking about everybody. Everything is shooting at you. So when you think you understand, you don't always understand.
Okay, and part of what we're going to try to do today is demystify and clarify what these outcomes mean. But I want to bring people back to the purpose of today, which is to think about vitally important outcomes that we should be looking at in studies, in surgical trials for stomach cancer. And we'll be going over this point over and over again. So these are the outcomes that were excluded from the core outcome set. So there's a whole list of them here. Some complications: endocrine, post-operative psychosis, surgical stress response, fatigue, insomnia, impact on sexual function, ability to eat socially, ability to interact socially, impact on physical appearance, impact on spirituality or faith, wound size, cost, and destination on discharge. These are all outcomes which patients, nurses, and surgeons believed were certainly not as important and should not be included in the core outcome set. Okay. Now, I highlighted a group of complications at the bottom. These ones. And I want to spend the next few moments talking about how we handle complications in this core outcome set. Just want to keep an eye on time. All-cause complications was included as a core outcome. And then intraoperative complications, anaesthetic complications, anastomotic complications, multi-organ failure, and bleeding. Now, there's a potential contradiction here, because on one hand, everyone has agreed that all-cause complications should be recorded. So if we're saying that all-cause complications should be recorded, then all complications need to be recorded. But on the other hand, we've also identified 5 other complications that people feel are very important as well. So we need your help today, and those online. One second. We need your help to decide how best we should be handling this. One second.
Is this because you asked this question? So, one, if the answer to the first one is yes, then automatically an answer for every other question you have asked would be yes as well, wouldn't it?
Yep, so I'm just going to restart this. One second. this is playing up.
Okay, perhaps whilst Bilal's dealing with that technical issue, you've got in your paper packs, you've got a list of the outcomes that were voted in and those that were excluded. Does anybody in the room have any comments? Does anybody feel strongly, for example, that something that was excluded should have been included? Go for it.
So as I'm starting to understand this, I can see, having been through the process, that, like Janice said, when we first get diagnosed and there's a wealth of information, I think, for me, it was better to know about X, which is the operation. This is what's going to happen in the operation. This is what's going to happen maybe, straight after. You're going to go into intensive care. So it's like baby steps, certain things at the beginning so that I can deal with that. And the one thing that is excluded is the scar. And I think that's really important, that's part of the operation. As soon as you come round, that's there. All of the stuff about what we can eat, about not being able to, socialise with friends and eating, that can come later. But I think the scar is so important.
Okay, right. When we're thinking, we need to go back again to reinforce what a core outcome set is. It is fair to say that if you looked at a core outcome set, and that includes the opinions and thoughts of patients, then it will help you to understand what's important to the patient. So it will help you to develop patient information sheets to understand and to address those concerns. Equally, it will help you if you're designing purposely developed consent forms. But that's slightly different than what we're talking about now. We're not talking about how we prepare the patient, or how we consent the patient. We're talking about, okay, a procedure has been performed. When we look back on it, or we try and look to see if that's been beneficial or harmful to the patient, what the outcome is, can we be certain that we're measuring and we're looking at the things that are most important? So whilst the comments about evolving understanding of the diagnosis and the treatments and scarring, clearly they are very important, but they are different than what we're trying to achieve today. But another important thing that I felt came out earlier on is that, let's just say in this voting that the 100% of patients thought something was important, and it doesn't reach the consensus because the other two groups didn't. That doesn't mean that information is then thrown away. It's acting to highlight to people in the field, experts that are nurses, experts that are surgeons, that the experts with lived experience, the patients, they find that really important. So it's not going to be that everything's going to be thrown away. It's all good perspective, and it all increases the understanding of what it's like to be diagnosed and undergo surgery for gastric cancer. And does anybody else, anything from, well, why don't we have a look at what was excluded? Would anybody say, oh, I feel really strongly about that?
Ian, so I know who you are. It might just be helpful to introduce yourself and your background, because I was just asked.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I have introduced myself to the patients, and they know my name is Ian. I'm a children's ear, nose and throat surgeon. I am part of Bilal's supervisory team, and I have been involved in core outcome set development previously. And so if you look at it like that, I'm the only non-expert in the room. Anybody, if we look at the excluded items, does anybody have any thoughts or comments they want to make on those? Does it surprise anybody?
Yeah, I'm just looking at fatigue here, the feeling of tiredness. Interesting, because when you're going through the whole surgery and everything, you just think it's quite a normal thing. But I find many years after that this fatigue is quite strong. It is strong, and it just sort of, you have it as an everyday thing and it's part of life. But then I'm thinking now, no, it really is noticeable that the pace I used to go at before surgery is, I'm never going to be at that level again. So I think that should be in, because it does affect your quality of life. Because I can, if I'm picking up speed and I'm walking, I find that, oh no, I've got to slow down and readjust now so I can keep at a level for the rest of the day. And then the day after that, I'm realising, oh, I'm a bit more tired than normal. And I don't think you realise how it does impact your quality of life, but you just get so used to it, you just adapt. But it does.
Question to the nurses in the room. So obviously you've got contact with lots of patients over a significant period of time. What's your take on fatigue? Is that something that that you hear about regularly?
Hi, I'm Lauren, one of the CNSs over at Salford. I definitely think that key point of quality of life is really important. We see patients regularly who have, fatigue and issues with physical appearance from weight loss due to the surgery, and eating is such a part of our day-to-day lives that when that's taken away and there's an issue with that, then that whole quality of life and sort of a holistic approach to looking at these outcomes is really important. And actually fatigue, we see it quite a lot when we're following up patients. So it does surprise me that it's not in the core outcomes.
Alan, you had a point.
I echo that. The only excluded outcome that was of a surprise to me was fatigue, because it's just so impactful on the patients and it's so long-lasting and potentially permanent. My question was, how far off the mark were each of the three groups in reaching an exclusion? And I accept that all three groups excluded this, including the patient group, but was it by 69.5%?
Well, if you think about it, to be excluded, it was less than 50%. Otherwise, it would be in the no consensus group, you see. So actually, if you look at it like that, it wasn't that close, really. It wasn't above 50%. Paula?
Yeah.
So I think it's really important when any of the items are being discussed that you always have the green piece of paper in front of you, okay? Those are already the ones that are in, and they're all shaded green in your pack. It's almost worth ripping that page off and having it there in front of you all the time, because you'll notice that halfway down that table, overall quality of life is already in. I know this is just about the what, and there'll be a discussion about the how, but quality of life includes many components, and when Bilal gets onto the how bit of his work, he will need to take into account things that have been noted to be important that may impact the quality of life. So I'm not trying to dissuade you from continuing to discuss whether fatigue should be in, but it may be that you put that on a piece of paper to come back to right at the end. But it is just to note that there is quality of life as an outcome measure already in the core set.
Yes, go for it.
Thank you. That's really... Sorry.
Hold us for a second.
Hello, my name's Paul. The main things that concern me would be mental illnesses, such as post-operative psychosis or surgical stress response. I find that these are very long-term and not very easy to manage, whereas physical abilities, it's much easier to take up exercise classes, etc. So that's like feeling fatigue. Sometimes that is prescribable and also can be built up in small amounts, like going to the gym every week and just slowly building up any muscular problems. Thank you.
No, absolutely. So, and again, just to reinforce, just because it wouldn't be in the core outcome set does not mean that it's not important. Alan.
Thank you, Paula. That was a really important point to make, which I'd overlooked for the patients. In terms of quality of life scoring, it contains lots of different domains, which include mental health, fatigue, etc., etc. And also, the quality of life scoring tools are much more robust than just trying to assess fatigue as a single isolated feature. So the fact that it's not included in the core set, but you do have all the other quality of life measures in the core outcome data set.
Yes, go for it.
I'm a qualified psychotherapist and I've had cancer. And as soon as I had my diagnosis, I went to get antidepressants. And I believe that that helped me through the whole process of going through this. So post-operative psychosis, surgical stress response, fatigue and insomnia. I'm surprised that, we don't kind of put a visit to the GP and discussion of antidepressants right at the beginning of treatment. I mean, I talked to people about it, but nobody talked to me about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And again, that's another extremely valuable insight into living with that diagnosis and going through the process.
Because you've got the diagnosis, you've got the surgery, you've got the chemotherapy, before, you start thinking about all the other things. So why wouldn't you want to do, that's when I work with clients, if you have anything traumatic in their lives, I suggest they go, If a client comes to see me and they have a traumatic situation in their lives, I suggest they go and talk to the doctor about the possibility of getting them some support. And so,
And again, so that's what I say. That sort of information is invaluable. We're not discarding it. But what I would say is, if we were, let's just say, and again, this shows that my ignorance of the surgery, let's just say we're taking part of the stomach away or all of the stomach away, do we feel that measuring the psychological aspects of it would be a key core thing to measure if you were going to compare those two surgical interventions, if you like, those surgical approaches? And I think that's what we've got to think. Yes, at the back. I think we're going to break in a second, but let's have one more question.
So it's actually a question. I'm a little confused about this meeting in the sense we've had a Delphi round 1. Now, is this an extension of that round 1 to clarify a few things, or is this round 2? Because is there actually...
This is neither round 1 nor round 2, so I can answer that with absolute certainty.
All right.
What this methodology that we are using is not new. It is the methodology that has been advised by the Comet Initiative and publications that are available in the literature. There is no perfect methodology for reaching consensus. What we're having here is a discussion to get your opinions on those results of the 1,000 people that voted in that prioritization exercise. What we're trying to do today, and the main part of today's meeting, is to look at those that were neither in nor out. Okay? We clearly can't have the 1,000 people that voted there. So clearly it's not a perfect methodology, because ideally you'd have all 1,000 people that voted in a room discussing what happened there. What we're trying to do today is to get your opinion on these outcomes, particularly the ones where no consensus was reached, to see if that can help us to move forward in identifying those outcomes that actually weren't reaching consensus, that actually should not be overlooked. Okay,
Right.
so yes, I accept it's not perfect.
Sure. So my point is there a point in talking about the greens and the reds? So we should just be talking about
To
the
a certain
yellows, isn't it?
extent, it is still important information, but we're having perhaps a longer discussion than we would have because of the technical issues that Bilal's dealing with.
Ian, I think it's also worth really pointing out, I think this is a really helpful discussion to have. It's also important, it is difficult, but if you look at page 15 on your pack, you'll see outcome number 22, which is impact on mental health. And that is one that is going to have discussion. It was neither in nor out. So outcome measurement in research is really complicated in the sense that some things are quite specific and some things are broader. And so I think some of the outcomes that have been mentioned either relate to the impact on quality of life, like fatigue, or psychosis, which relates to mental health, that you'll see that they were quite specific and they weren't voted in, they were actually voted out, whereas the broader domains of mental health are yet to be discussed. So it's really helpful to gauge what the people's views in the room, but it's also helpful to look ahead as well to the ones that will be fully discussed.
Okay, at this stage now, so let's go and have a break. We'll have a break now. We're going to have to reset and everybody to re-sign into the app because there were some technical issues. And let's have a break, 15 minutes. Go and get some tea and coffee, I think. Is it ready? Can we just check? Okay, let's go and have a break now, and then we'll rejoin in 15 minutes, and then we'll carry on this discussion. Right, good morning everybody. If you'd just like to make your seats through again. At this moment, could I just ask everybody to re-sign into the app because there were some technical difficulties before. So just for the benefit of our online participants, we have had several discussions. We've had some in-depth discussions during the break with the patients to try and dispel some of the myths around the process. And what we'll be doing, we don't want to exclude anyone from this discussion and explanation. So we'll be highlighting the points that we talked about throughout the next 5 and 10 minutes. We're just waiting for the last 2 or 3 people to come back into the room. The facilitator, I think he's gone for a quick toilet break, hasn't he? Oh, right, okay. So again, just for a reminder, in order to join back in, you go to your Turning Point app, you sign in as a guest, the session ID is Gastros, Gastros. It doesn't have to be in capitals, and then fill in your first name, last name, and email, and then you should see something called polling closed. If you just, I think it's Paul John Booth. If you ask him what the rest of it is at, whatever. I think it's btinternet.com. Right, okay. So apologies for those technical difficulties. So we should be back on track now. Complications. Complications, as we've said, in the core outcome set, all cause complications were included. Okay? So from the outside, should we therefore not be recording all complications? And therefore, any other complications that were included in the core outcome set, we should just do away with those and just record all complications, potentially. So we need to discuss how we handle complications. Or is it that people are trying to say, well, it's not all cause complications, but all serious complications? So we've got some discussing to do now that Ian's going to facilitate. Here are some of our suggestions from the study team, and we're not saying that these are the only suggestions. Option number 1 is that we should report all complications, and that would mean that all cause complications would be a core outcome, and everything else would be included under that. That's option number 1. Option number 2, potentially, is that we discuss matters further, and we feel that actually it should be just the serious complications. And we'd need to define what serious means. Thirdly, a third option may be that we get rid of all cause complications and really just focus on the separate individual complications that were highlighted from the survey and in our discussion today. And there may be other options as well that we're not quite sure about that might be highlighted today. In response to point number 2, which is important or serious complications, I want to present to you some work that some colleagues of ours have done. So there's a group called the Gastrectomy Complications Consensus Group, okay? And we're going to go through some of the work that they've done. They are a group of 34 surgeons who are from high-volume centres from around the world, mainly in Europe, but they are self-selected. They work together regularly from 13 European countries, And they have identified a list of outcomes that they feel are important. This is just surgeons. They produced a long list of complications from all the studies that have been done. And then they, amongst themselves, decided what was important. So if more than 80% of the surgeons agreed on a particular complication, it made it in that long list of serious complications. They also decided on definitions, and they also decided on when these complications should be recorded. And that's in your sheets. So there's a document which you should all have, which is titled Complications, How Should We Handle Them? So they identified 27 important complications. Remember, this is surgeons themselves. They were grouped into intraoperative complications, general complications that happen after surgery, and complications specifically linked to the operation itself. It's in this one. You've got a second. It's in this one. Okay, so it's in the booklet which says which complications related to gastric cancer surgery should be reported as a minimum. What's important to note is that from that list of 27, there was actually an outcome that was identified from our survey that wasn't included on that list, and that was multi-organ failure or dysfunction. So again, we need to talk about that. You might think, well, aren't we doing the same thing here? How is our study different to theirs? Well, the first thing to say is that we're collaborating together, we're working together. Daniel, surgeon from Germany, took part in this, and some of our international participants also took part in this as well. There are some similarities, because we're trying to decide what's important. They're just looking at complications, however. We're looking at the broader picture. So we're looking at other outcomes, okay? Not just complications, but they've done a lot of work nonetheless. Other important differences are the fact that patients or other healthcare professionals like nurses were not involved in that process of deciding what's important, what's not, and that's what's different with us. We opened invitations to whoever wanted to participate, whereas their group selected people who they felt would be useful for their process. And as I said, we've also considered other outcomes as well. So that's work that I wanted just to present to you. That could be an option that we talk about. So let's start the discussion in the room.
Okay, so we've got those options, and the important one would be the other at the bottom. Does anybody in the room think that one of those is clearly the most obvious one to use? Does anybody have any comments on that? Paul?
Thank you. For me, I'd have said the most important one is number 2, report all important or serious complications. But what the patient should also be told or decide is the value of the operation and weigh out the pros and cons on that basis. Because some illnesses, they could have post-traumatic stress disorder, for instance, and that's a long-term treatment. But anything that's short-term is much more acceptable, perhaps just requiring physio. Thank you.
Okay, so Paul thinks we should just be measuring the serious complications. Yes.
So I think that probably number 3, also because we have a lot of other complications that we haven't agreed on the survey 1 and 2, if they were to be included or not. So if we report separately all the individual complications that important because on the consensus we have decided, all the 3 groups decided they were important, maybe we should leave any other complications as another outcome to report, which will allow everyone to include any other complication that were not important for this consensus, but maybe for other researchers will be. All other complications have been recorded, but they are not, you know what I mean?
Okay, so the question I would have for you then, with that approach, Daniela, which seems entirely reasonable, how would you ensure that there was some agreement or homogeneity between the different studies that you could compare? Would you, for example, have a long list of all the complications that you would have to say yes or no to? How would you get around that?
Well, if we decided on which are the important complications that should be in the outcome core set, the one that have already been agreed, like intraoperative, anesthetic, anastomotic, multiple organ failure, and bleeding, plus the one that we are going to discuss today, like pancreatic complication, there were no consensus. If we decided, yeah, it's a complication, it should be in the outcome, in the core outcome, that will be discussed separately. But I will remove all complications and maybe put, instead of all, any other complication, which in every study that will be done, then should be specified which are any other complication but the one that we have included, have you included in your study?
Asif.
It's Asif Chowdhury, surgeon from Marsden in London. I would echo exactly what you've said, Daniela. I think it's inappropriate to have all complications and then have further granularity of the complications such that we compel any study designers in the future to actually double report complications. But to have any other complications that's free texted might be a better approach, because we've already defined sort of 5 broad zones of complications. And how much additional detail we have in that is part of the further discussion on how. But at this stage, I think removing all complications and simply changing it over to any other is a better approach.
Okay, Paul, you had a comment, and then we'll.
So I just think it's a wording issue. So to me, all complications or all important complications is the same as reporting any complication or any important. It means that when you see a complication, you record it. And when you report the study, you do give all the information on any and all. It's any and all. I think there might be a bit of... So,
okay, so we must have one person speaking on the mic. So if you want to speak, I should do the same thing. You must have the mic. Otherwise, the people online can't hear you.
Sorry. What I'm saying is, she's right, it's a word thing, but saying any complication and any other complication is a completely different thing. So any other complication, what I mean, I think what you mean is all the other complications that are not listed in the one we have thought they are important, the one that have been already agreed that are important, and the one we are going to discuss later on that should be included as important.
So Daniela, so again, I'm not a cancer surgeon. So am I right in saying that this the group that we're talking about, they've created a long list of outcomes that have been reported in the literature? And then within that, they've made an attempt to stratify into serious complications and others. Or they might have said serious, I don't know. Were you involved in that? Yeah. Was it serious, sort of moderate or mild, or was there any sort of scoring system?
Actually, I don't know anymore. It's quite a long time ago, but I think we went through the list and consented on what to report. So, but coming back to the discussion, I would say, why do we not do the suggestion just to follow the consented list as a...
So is this on? So I can answer that question. It was just serious complications or important complications. That's the wording is important there. So it's important complications to that group of surgeons, but only to that group of surgeons.
So the methodology of this study is entirely different to their methodology.
Correct.
Yeah, and so as part of this process that we've been through, we've zoned complications differently to the manner in which that study group zoned things. They have a lot more detail in terms of very specific surgical complications. I don't think it would be appropriate now, at this stage, to co-opt and take their classification when we, as a collective of not only surgeons, but surgeons, nurses, patients, have actually considered a different classification to be a better one for the purposes of this group. So, the problem is going to be that further down the line, at some point, if anybody chooses to use the Gastro's core outcome set, they're going to have to design CRFs to follow that specific.
What's a CRF?
So the reporting tool that's used in clinical trials, a checklist essentially to say what happened to patients within the study. So a tick box of what's wrong or what happened, what the outcomes were. Now, if we're on the one hand saying, tell us everything that happened, and then we say, now tell us what the specific things that happened were, the problem is you're then having to say everything twice. You're reporting all the outcomes, and then you're kind of zoning them further down, and it just means double the work. And in terms of then analysing all of that data, it just becomes a little bit more complicated. And so we're not necessarily helping them.
So that's not necessarily true. What we're saying is that part of all the things that trialists and researchers should be doing should include these things as well. We're not asking them to separately collect that information. We're saying that you should definitely have these as part of all the information that you're collecting. There will be lots of other information and outcomes that you will be looking at, but you should definitely be doing these ones at the very least. So that's
coming to the yes, May.
What are we talking about, Bilal? What is it we talk? We've got a list here of complications, yes. And we've got a list of the complications that our group has said. Yeah. These are the ones we need to talk about. So what is it?
What we're trying to decide, if we go back to the original list. Okay.
Yeah.
We have got, as a result of the survey, everybody says that all-cause complications is a core outcome.
Right.
So in order for us to tell you or tell the world after a study has been done what the all-cause complication rate was, we must collect all the outcomes anyway, or all the complications. Yeah. Even the ones that aren't on this list.
Okay.
So chest infection, for example, it's not on that list. But in order for us to say what the all-cause complication rate was, you have to collect chest infection. Okay. So are we actually saying, doesn't matter about all this now, because they will be included as part of all-cause complications.
Okay, so what is it we need to do?
So we want to decide now from you is this right? Are we, as a study group, understanding this survey result correctly? Because there seems to be a little bit of a contradiction here, where if all of the participants in the survey are saying that all-cause complications is important, why haven't, for example, they scored all the complications in the survey as critically important? Because if the two married up, what you would expect to see is, yes, all-cause complications, but all the other ones should also be included as well.
Okay.
You'd expect to see, 30 complications in that list as well.
So I guess from the patient's perspective, what I would want to know, and what I did find out, was that if I didn't have the operation or I didn't have treatment, I would die. So that's lots of complications. And as far as any other complication is concerned, I didn't have a choice. So I guess I want to know a bit about what might happen, but I certainly, as a patient, do not want a detailed, full, comprehensive list.
Okay, I think we're slightly stepping towards informed consent again, and what information we deliver with that to the patient. I think we've got to say again, if from a patient's perspective, when you look back, you know, if it all happened again, based on your experience and from talking to other people that have had this condition, what are the key things that you would say you should measure to determine how successful something is? And I think that's important. We've got 2 comments. Yes, and then Jeff.
So, do we have an ideal number for core outcome subsets? So,
well, I can answer that for a minute. No, there isn't an ideal number, and it will depend on the nature of what's being measured. And of course, some of the things in this list would require an outcome measurement tool. It might be a questionnaire. It might be a result of a blood test or something else. But some will be binary, yes or no. So there is the concept of burden. You need to take that into account. If your core outcome set has 40 things in it, the burden associated with using that, to a certain extent, is likely to be higher unless they were all yes-no. Right. You see what I mean?
So just like we use the Clavin-Dindo system to kind of grade our complications, to say any major complications are significant enough to be documented. So if we actually just had one question there instead of having 5 questions to kind of document that aspect to it, that would solve the situation. And like the esophageal group had a esophageal complications list with those grades, I don't think the gastric group has one like that. So at least if we said any major complications more than 3 on the Clavin-Dindo grade would be significant.
So where does your point fit on any of those 4 options?
Number 2. Number 2, which says that any serious complications, which is basically anything more than Clavin-Dindo grade 3 according to that classification.
So why don't we begin to frame people's opinions within one of those 4 slots?
Before we do that, I just want to give Jeff the opportunity and Dan, because they haven't commented it yet, and then I think, and Paul, and then we'll go for that, if that's all right. But I think it's important to get their opinion.
Okay, well, you're aware I'm not a surgeon, so the simpler this is for me, the better. I kind of see complications as surgical complications in surgical procedures that don't leave any lasting effect beyond the activities within the theatre, which would have no real impact on me. Ones that have a short-term impact during my treatment, ones that have a permanent long-term impact. Now, that may parallel some other technical descriptions that you use as surgeons, but really, from my point of view, then I wouldn't be concerned about anything that happens in a theatre that's been resolved, and I was touching upon that previously. And I would have thought that the clinicians amongst you would perhaps feel the same. We've dealt with it. It's been sorted. However, the other 2 will have an impact on me, and I suspect also on the medical team, and of course the long-term or permanent impact of these complications would clearly be something we'd all wish to avoid. So can we not simplify it to that, irrespective of the background information that you glean from the study that fills out those 2nd and 3rd ones that I spoke about?
So again, there's a good example of why Bilal's approach is really more robust, because it's got your opinion as well as specialist nurses' opinion as well. And certainly we can feed that information back to the other group, because what you're talking about, how serious might be subdivided into serious and permanent and serious and temporary then to a certain extent, isn't it? And so I suppose that's certainly information that we can feed back.
Hi, Nahid, surgeon. So it's some of these complications are already included in the core outcome set. So having this discussion, are we then going to overrule what we've already included, or are we building on that? Because you can
I think the question that Bilal is asking you is, do we say you record all serious complications, and the list that we'll provide is taken from this European group, and so it's a yes, no, or do we have a subset of their complications that this process has determined are the priorities for across those three groups? So are we just saying serious complications and here is our definition? Or are we saying this set of complications which, by virtue of the fact that they have been prioritized in this exercise, are important? Daniel. And then it's Paul. Sorry.
I just want to say that we have to keep in mind that we are talking about clinical trials for the future. So if you have the background from doing clinical trials, one of the essential points is to report anything that goes wrong within a trial, which means that you have to report all complications. Of course, we are surgeons. We are not doing medical studies, trying to find out some efficacy of a new drug or anything. But if you look at efficacy studies for drugs, you have to report so-called adverse events. And all adverse events have to be recorded to ensure safety of a patient. So if we want to go to decide now what we want to report in clinical trials, it's a quality measure to show that your new procedure you apply in the future, or the new whatever device you use in the trial for gastric cancer, you have to show that it's safe and there's no danger to the patient, because if this trial is showing results that the new procedure is the better one, you will use it in the future all over the world, and it will have impact on all patients then. And that's why I would say we have to report all complications, and it can be adapted not specifically to that list, but we can also adapt it to the CTCAE, which is a reporting tool of adverse events in medical studies. And that's what we have to do, I think, in the future if we want to do high-quality trials.
So Daniel, to pick on so you think option one actually, don't you? Yes. We should report all complications. I just want to come in here with some comments online. We've got our participants. We have those that quite clearly say, so a surgeon says we should report all complications in surgical trials. However, there's another surgeon who thinks actually option two might be more appropriate, because each complication, depending on the severity of that complication, might have a different outcome for the patient. Again, another surgeon says, I think that the serious complications should be reported separately. So you could have all complications and then serious complications on top of that. So that's another. So yes, so all and then serious, potentially. That's some comments.
Okay, Paula, you've got a comment.
Yes. So two comments and a caveat on the second. So the reason that we're discussing this is, if you put the previous slide on, Bilal, about the reason we're discussing this is, on the face of it, voting in all-cause complications looks to be contradictory to then having the next ones in, but some of them out, or, endocrine is out, and pancreatic complications are to be discussed. So one of the reasons that the study team had this discussion was because this looks contradictory. Reporting all-cause complications means you measure and report any complication, and then we seem to be saying, no, these ones are really important. So that was the reason that we are having this discussion. My second point is, I have just scanned the results. So the difference between whatever the group was called, Gastro Data Group, the list of 27, the difference between that work and Bilal's work is that patients and nurses were involved in Bilal's work. So I have just scanned the 27 in Gastro Data versus what is the results from Bilal's, okay? And there are only a couple of differences, okay? So, and this might be I'm not medically trained, so forgive me if I've got this wrong. But endocrine complications was out from Bilal's work, and I don't think I can see it on here, so that looks as being a significant one.
Correct.
From gastro data. So I think that's quite good. That looks consistent. Where I think there may be an inconsistency is, and it is for discussion, pancreatitis complications, whilst the patients hadn't reached in or out, surgeons had reached the conclusion it should be out in Bilal's Delphi, but in gastro data, number 24 is post-operative pancreatitis. So for me, there are two key questions. One is the decision, if you go to your another slide now, Bilal, one is the decision between 1 and 2, because there is no question in clinical trials, which I think is the previous point, I think it was Daniel's, was it? There's no question in clinical trials that you don't simply pool all complications together and present a rate of, 5%. You just don't do that. It's really poor practice. You would present the complications that occurred. So the question is, are you going to report any and all, or are you only going to report important, serious ones? If the decision to go to 2 is what you come out with, then looking at what gastro data have already done, which is to say, as a group of surgeons, we consider these to be the most important or serious ones, and compare it to what Bilal's found where patients and nurses have also said what they think, and squaring those two things up. So my recommendation would be you choose between 1 and 2, which means you are going to report complications. It's the question of whether you report all or you report those that are important and serious. And if you go with 2, you then just very quickly, as I've done, square it where there might be a lack of consensus between what patients and nurses think and what surgeons think.
Ian, I know you want to go next. I'm conscious we've not heard from any nurses in the room. So that should be, so you're on next.
Okay. Is that next would be nurse? Or
No, after you.
Okay. So, Bilal, I don't envy your task of getting consensus in this group. So my comment is that, so the two questions are contradictory. I see a little bit of fault in the designs, because if the question was if you want to report all complication, if the answer to that is yes, then the second question shouldn't be asked to them. The second question was, if you don't want to report all, which complication would you want to be included? And that may have been one way of dealing this problem, really. But from the trial point of view, we would think that the trial should report each and every complication, however minute that, because when we are later looking at its efficacy, that's what we would want to look at.
Yeah. Now, anybody who reads, I can tell you from an ENT perspective, anybody who reads the reports of different trials will know that we all know you should report all adverse events, but they're not reported consistently. Part of that comes down to what people's interpretations of an adverse event is. Some surgeons might say an adverse event is something that makes me look bad, but still, clearly, that's not the case. So I think in all of this, and that's what we're getting at here, I suppose there's definitions of what's serious, and also are we, from the perspective of comparing between studies, is it important, is it fundamentally important these relatively minor complications are presented? Are they going to give a meaningful comparison between which is best? Or is it really most important to be looking at what the risk is of these serious complications between the two techniques? Have you got a comment?
Yeah, it was just with regards to... I completely agree with Daniela actually on this, that I think if it's best practice to list all complications and, you know, leads to robust studies and, you know, future-proofing studies, that actually we've agreed on a set of outcomes that we think are important to these studies, that any other complications is like a subcategory, sort of encompasses all the complications as a whole, rather than all-cause complications, if we break it down to important ones that we think are important, and then any other complications.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, obviously I'm looking at this and it's surgeons that seem to have done this, submitted this information. I think all complications should be included because it's where you, all right, they've got the main things here, but if you're gathering all the information, then you can use that for if trends start appearing, if things are more noticeable than they were maybe a few years earlier. So I think all should be included, and all that information, if it's all that data's being held at some point, if there's similarities or things maybe in a certain area, in a certain countries, they will be highlighted.
Okay, so we're going to record everything. Do we, and we can't do it today, it's not this good, do we have a set list of, you know, the name and the description of that complication? How are we going to get it that you can, you know, that two people are calling the same thing, you know, the same thing the same? Is that reasonable? I don't know. Has anybody else got a comment? Alan?
So on that point, can I first ask a question that, just to help me define, are the complications listed from the consensus group here, are they regarded as the important ones, all of them?
They are regarded to that group of surgeons who took part in that study as important.
Do you regard them as under category 2 of your previous slide?
That is an option. I presented that to the group. I'm not saying that is what we should go for. It might be that we say we should only record serious complications, but we don't agree with that methodology. So it might be that we have to go away and do some more work. So I'm not saying that if you vote for option 2, you must therefore use that list.
Great, thank you. We need to remind ourselves what you're wanting out of this is a minimum mandatory, prescriptive, core data set that every future trial has to fulfill. Otherwise, that trial is going to be devalued. Is that correct?
Yes.
The problem with saying a word all is that it then opens up the vagaries of each trial and each trial design.
Which comes back to my point about, you need to have a list then, wouldn't you, presumably?
Yeah. And this is a minimum core data set. There's nothing to stop a trial in future from over-reporting.
Not at all.
And having additive measured outcomes that are unique to that trial.
Absolutely. Daniel?
But if you're restricting to only a set of complications, you get a biased reporting later. You cannot really compare then. If you have one set who is reporting everything to the other set, which is reporting a limited set of complications, it's not comparable. And that's what we want to achieve with this consensus.
But
We're not trying to change methodology. We're not trying to change best practice methodology. Any trial should be reporting all of their complications.
Yes.
We're saying for the purpose of trying to combine and contrast studies, what are the key things that we really need to have an explicit description of within a...
Not just need, Ian, you're saying must. So this is basically going to form the backbone of any future meta-analysis. This is you have to report on these plus what else you have that's specific to your trial. Is that what that's what you're asking?
Because we're in a way, the core outcome set is giving you the umbrellas for how you're going to compare and contrast. You know, sort of the titles for how you're going to compare and contrast the efficacy of future innovations or comparisons of existing innovations in a field.
Yeah. So you might have a trial that's based on chemotherapy treatments, but what you're asking is that, as a minimum requirement, you're reporting on these surgical complications.
Well, this is just specific to surgery, but you might be saying, I don't know, again, forgive my ignorance, you might be comparing an open and an endoscopic technique, for example.
Yes, and your point about we use this core outcome set to help compare and contrast research studies, that's very, very important. Because what we're saying, if we go back to the original presentation, the way that we're going to answer the question of which surgery is best is by looking at lots of different studies and comparing the results of these different studies to one another. Because if we're, for example, looking at chest infections, if we think that that's in one study, and we're also able to do that in another study, if they could both come out with the same result, we can be confident that both studies are accurate and give us the answer that we want. So that's where the nuance is. Yes, in trials, everybody will be collecting all complications. That's what they must do. However, what information from those trials are we in particular interested in? Are we interested in all complications? Are we saying that all of them, no matter how small or rare or small in impact they are we saying that they all should be reported and we should be looking at all complications when we're comparing trials? Or are we saying, guys, when we're comparing trials, actually we only want to look at these 4 or 5 things because that's what's vitally important? So that's the nuance here.
So we're not rewriting methodology, we're trying to identify those pieces of information that are most meaningful from the perspective of surgeons, nurses and patients to allow us to compare between studies, but also if studies are very well carried out, but there's relatively small numbers from different countries, for example, with reasonably significant patient groups, how are we going to combine all this data together in a meaningful and an appropriate way?
Can I just add some comments from online? And then one of them, which is from one of the surgeons, hurry up, let's get voting. So yeah, we will do that. So there are different people, again, saying we should include all complications. Somebody said any complication should be part of the core outcome set. And yes, that's essentially the basis. That's the summary of what's being said. Okay. Are there? Yes, Jeff.
Yes, I'm banging on about the same point I made twice already, really, and that is that is there an internationally defined, is there an international definition amongst surgeons between what's regarded as a complication, an important complication, and a serious complication? It seems to me that that's at the root of this issue.
And yes, so this group have come up with a list. However, that group has not included patients in that process and hasn't included other healthcare professionals in that process. So we might say, yes, there is a list, but whether we all agree with that list, that's another thing altogether.
Let's imagine that you were able collectively to agree on a list of what's a complication, an important complication, and a serious one, then that I think would cut to the chase here. I kind of have my own completely non-professional definition. That is the impact on the patient, i.e. me, and that is that the serious one has a long-term and it will affect my quality of life and the rest of it. Important it has a short-term one but gets sorted in time, and the other one is just something that affects you clinicians but really doesn't impact on me. Could that sort of thing be a starting point, and then it would make life a lot easier from my point of view, certainly, and maybe even from the clinicians here as well?
But I think after a long time, we have this Clavin-Dindo classification which all surgeons use for any complications that happen during the post-operative stay of any patient in the hospital. It is not specifically for gastric surgery alone, but it is for any complications, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5. So if we were to take into consideration that any complications that are more than grade 3, which has a much more serious implication to the patient outcome, is included, I think that'll just simplify the whole process, because it will include anything into that, pretty much.
So my response to that is we're looking at what outcomes, not necessarily how we grade them or how we decide how severe they are. So that would be my response to that, is that we're looking to identify which outcomes are important, not how severe they are necessarily.
Also because for patient, for us, an anastomotic leak is a grade 4, going back to ITU, but for patient, if that is resolved and they go home alive, able to eat, for them probably is not that important. For us as surgeons, yes, it's important. So for the trials, we should record it because it's an outcome and a measure of how the surgery was done, but maybe it's not that important for the patient. So maybe the clavia and is not as such important for the patient as it is for us.
Okay, I think we've had quite a variety of opinions there, and it may be that, it does sound like probably more work is needed. Now, I think Bilal is looking for people to be voting on this.
Yeah, we're just waiting. It's just playing up again, so apologies, but we just have to wait for 1 minute.
So if you get your phones out, have a think.
Yeah. Have a think, have a chat amongst yourself. Which of those options? And then we're going to see the results. Yeah. And then have a look at different.
So as I say, I don't necessarily think that we're going to be able to fundamentally answer this question, but hopefully we've taken some steps towards it and we've highlighted some of the variety of opinions around this. So what we're going to do, as I say, there's some comments where people say, well, I agree with one aspect of that and perhaps not another aspect of another option. But Bilal's going to ask you to vote on the sort of 1, 2, 3. I suppose if you don't feel any of them would be appropriate options, then you might want to select number 4.
So just bear with me. It's playing up again. Does anyone have any other burning comments? There's one on the mic.
Yeah, so I know we've just had a long discussion about all of this, but in the inclusion set, we've already all agreed that all-cause complications is in. So, forgive me if I missed the point, but why are we now discussing if this is appropriate when everybody's agreed it is?
Well, in the excluded list, there are complications in there. So are we saying that those... So in order to record all complications, we have to also record the ones that are excluded as well.
Right, but... Yes, a bit similar to what the point that you made, Khurshid. But.
When we are asked all these questions on various questionnaires which we have, that if the answer is yes, you go to this, and no, then you're
Mike.
the same question again. So if the answer of the first one is yes, then further each and every complications asking opinion is probably a difficult one for anyone to come to a conclusion with very little information. So maybe it may not be valid to ask that questions to everyone.
So
and I think that is an important point, isn't it? There's been quite a lot of opinion, and it may well be that we've not presented to you actually the most appropriate answer, if you like, and more discussions needed around working out what that exactly is.
Right, so again, let's have a look here. So for those who've been signed out, I'm very sorry, you have to sign back in again on the Turning Point app. At least you're getting used to how to do it now. Okay, and then we will vote. And it might be that the result of the voting is that we don't have a consensus in the meeting. So that's a valid thing, and we'll report that actually, guys, we need to do more work in this area. Okay? So the first thing to do is decide which group you're in. Are you a patient, nurse, or a surgeon? And we're going to give our participants online a little while just to join. So what we're saying, well, depending on what the results are, What, at the end of the day or not? Okay. Okay, fine. Right, so that's everybody joined in. So the next step would be to decide. So that's the number of participants, surgeons, nurses, and patients. And now, how do you feel complications should be handled? So I want you to vote now on your phones. Yeah, somebody might have left.
Oh, okay, these are not people in now, so now they're...
These are here and online as well.
Yeah, people might be joining the exercise, I guess, mightn't they? Or leaving it.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just trying to work out how do we know what the stakeholders are for 32 when it came up as a total 30.
Oh, I've just presented the graph of who they were.
I know, and it added up to 30.
Yeah.
But now it's 32.
Right, okay. So they might not have chosen. All very technical. Yes. Yeah. So there's one more that we're waiting, and you can see some people are changing their mind. So we're just waiting for that third one down on the third row, and that's it now. Okay, we just wait for people to stop changing their mind. Give another 10 seconds. Fine. So that's everybody voted. Polling is closed now. And these are the results. Okay. So the results are that patients, 2/3 of patients believe that all complications. Only 1/3 of surgeons believe, only 1/3 of nurses believe that all complications. And surgeons, 35% of them say that all complications should be reported. I think there's a big split here between the first and the second option, isn't it? All serious complications. And then individual important ones. And then another option, which nobody's discussed and hasn't been brought up here online. And some people are not sure. Okay. What time's lunch?
1:30 and it's 14.
Okay.
14.
So let's have can we have any comments on that? Is there any further comments that people want to make?
Seems like surgeons don't want to report their complications.
So one comment was that it seems like surgeons don't want to report all their complications. Interesting.
Well, it's not that. I think because when you say all complications, anything from thrombophlebitis, which is inflammation of your veins because you had IV cannula, all the way up to anastomotic leak, and so it just makes it very unreal to have everything documented, because I think it's about choosing your battles. Because finally, when it comes to the point where you want to create or actually put some effort into doing some useful work, you want to make sure that you want to choose what you want to work with. If you were to chase everything, I think you would finally end up with nothing. And I think that's why I think we have this, even the Clavin-Dindo thing, which says, please report only things that are more than grade 3. Yeah. Well, for a good reason. Just because if you were to try to chase everything, it'd just be very, very difficult.
Okay, I hope you don't mind, but I think what I would say at this point is that there is no absolute consensus, and that's fine in of itself, because we have learned quite a lot about a variety of approaches to measuring complications after gastric cancer surgery, and we've got a bit more work to do, which will be outside of what we're trying to achieve today. But in of itself, I think the work from the European group, it's clear from the comments that that's been a very good and positive step in the right direction, but it's not the end result. So I think if that's okay with everybody, I think we should, that's the end of complications.
So Ian, there's been a request from online to repeat the vote. So the initial plan was to do 2 rounds of voting. Is to see the first vote, see what patients, nurses and surgeons have voted, and then get everybody to re-vote. And I know that's not what Ian's just suggested, but that was the plan initially, and we've had some comments that that's what participants would like. So if we're all, if no one's got objections, then I think we'll run the vote again. Yeah, Paula? Mike, please. Mike?
I think that's fine as a process, Bilal, but before you run that vote, I think you have to make sure everybody's had an opportunity to ask questions that will inform a vote that may be different to the one they've just had.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
Do you know what I mean?
We have some time before lunch now to ask those questions. If anybody's got any comments, I think, lunch is not going to be ready for another 10 minutes anyway. So let's spend the next 10 minutes, and then we promise by 12:30 there will be a vote, and then we'll move on from complications.
So I would like to make some comment, and especially in response to the comment before, we have to keep this in mind that we are doing this process for trial, and yes, it would be difficult to take more data. Yes, it would be difficult to get all the information, but that's what we want, really. This is trial, well-planned study, which have to have all the information so that we can compare when we won't be talking the same thing, that this trial does not have that and that trial does not have that. We want all complication and then compare that different trial based on all reporting.
May?
Yeah, this might be a silly question, but what would happen if we change the wording to all brackets, serious stroke, individual, close brackets, complications?
So what we would, are you asking?
If we change the wording,
yeah,
and we had, like I've just said, brackets, serious stroke, important or individual, close brackets, complications, wouldn't that just bring all of the voting together, or is it important to have it individual?
So I think that from what I'm understanding, the crux of the matter seems to be, do we looking at the vote here,
yep,
are we recording all complications,
yep,
or just the serious ones?
Or individual?
Yeah, but they will be collected individually anyway.
Okay.
If we're going for all complications, then all complications will have to be recorded individually anyway.
And serious ones?
And they would be included, including all would be serious.
Okay.
The second option is just the serious ones, however we choose to define them, and they will be collected individually as well.
So if everybody just voted for the first one, we could go for lunch?
Yeah. Yes. Or we can say that there isn't consensus and let's come back another time and another day and discuss matters further. Daniela.
Or we could just do the second vote. I know it will exclude some of those who voted or other individual important complication, but with the explanation you have given now, if the second vote will be only, okay, all complication or all serious complication. It will make things easier because most of the votes were for the first and the second option. Now you give the explanation that anyway, all the complication will be recorded and reported individually. Okay. Do we want all complication from the toe infection, thrombophlebitis to the anastomotic leak, or we want only the serious complication?
Yes.
That could be serious for surgeon, nurses, and patients.
Yes, correct. So, are there any further comments to make before we vote so that we can go for lunch after that? No, perfect. Right. So, again, let us answer this question. How should complications be handled? Is it option A, all complications, or B, essentially, all serious complications? And they will be collected individually. We're just waiting now for a few of the black squares. Give them 30 seconds or so. The blue indicates that somebody's voted for something and then they've changed their mind. So the green is everyone has voted, and then if you've changed your mind, it'll go to a different colour, that's all. So 4 more people just to vote. Three. Of course, some individuals might have gone for a toilet break online, so... Okay. So there's only so long we can wait. Okay, all right, let's see where the results are now. So, far more people now have gone for all serious. However, it's not unanimous. You know, half of patients still 50-50. Nurses, the majority say all serious, and the surgeons are still split. So.
I thought this was supposed to be a vote between 1 and 2. I thought that, so we shouldn't have any of the other. You were saying it's either A or B.
I would say that if there may be individuals that wanted to vote other or not sure. I don't think we should take those options away.
No, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you were wanting people to do.
No. So there's no consensus, I think.
Is that real that 0?
Yes, it is real.
Right, I absolutely promise that was the toughest session today, he says, with all the confidence of ignorance. Thank you very much. Let's go and get some lunch, and then we're going to come back. What we're going to do this afternoon, if that's okay, on the no consensus reached, we are not going to vote on the complications, because clearly more work needs done in that area, so it's going to quicken things up. I know we spent a lot of time on complications. We have learnt a lot. We have a much clearer idea, I think, about the differences in people's perspectives on it and the importance of absolutely clarifying what we mean. So that hasn't been a waste of time. Not at all. We will collate all of that information because it's going to be very useful. We're not going to vote on complications this afternoon. We're going to go through all the rest. So please bear with us. So go and get some lunch.
So we'll be back. We'll be back in 45 minutes. Okay. So everybody online, go for a lunch break, and we will see you in 45 minutes. Or breakfast, or dinner, or a nightcap. Okay, so we're back. Hope everyone's had a good break. You'll be pleased to know that based on the response of the last vote that we've done, we're no longer going to discuss 14 of the 30 outcomes, so that will speed up the process for us. Okay, so Heather has asked me to play this video, 3 minutes, and we'll go through what a core outcome set is again. 3 minutes, and then we're going to carry on. The audio playing?
Best way to help improve treatments and Hello, I'm Laura. As a patient with asthma, I'm interested in health research. I think research is the best way to help improve treatments and develop new and better ones. That's why I'm keen to help researchers design studies that make a difference to people's lives. Researchers develop and test treatments to make sure they work and are safe. To do this, they look at the effects treatments have on patients by measuring outcomes. For example, last year I took part in Dr. Smith's study that tested a new asthma treatment. Dr. Smith measured an outcome of how often I used my reliever inhaler before and after taking the new treatment. But there is a problem, because the same outcomes aren't always measured for the same health condition, and different researchers throughout the world often measure different outcomes. So, for example, Dr. Lopez in Spain might be looking at the number of times patients have to go into hospital with their asthma as an outcome, while Dr. Bedi in India may decide to measure nighttime wheeze. When these asthma treatment studies are finished, they can't be compared or combined because they've used different outcomes. It's then difficult to know which treatment is best. It's a bit like trying to compare apples with bananas. This isn't just a challenge for asthma, but for many different health conditions affecting patients throughout the world. So, how can we solve this problem? It's simple, really. If all studies in a particular health condition measure the same set of outcomes, they can be easily compared and combined. Once agreed, this set of outcomes is called a core outcome set. But deciding on which outcomes are core requires discussions and input from the right people. The core outcomes need to be relevant to patients, like me, health professionals and researchers, so that we can design studies that are more relevant to patients. People working on core outcome sets need to make sure that patients and health professionals both have their say. To do this, they often use consensus methods. Consensus methods include surveys, meetings, and discussions where everybody's views can be heard and taken into account. When a core outcome set has been agreed, the hope is that researchers will use it in all studies for that health condition. We'll be able to learn more about the condition because findings can be compared and combined. In the long run, this means treatments that work will be available to patients more quickly. If you want to find out more information about core outcome sets, visit www.comet-initiative.org.
So we're back. So we thought we'd reintroduce a session now with a little reminder. Right. So Ian, would you like to? Are you going to stand? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so the format for this session is that we're looking at those yellow, no consensus reached outcomes. Each slide will introduce the outcome and its definition. We're going to have a discussion, and then we're going to vote once, and then that is it. If it doesn't reach the consensus there, in terms of what we're trying to achieve today, that is it, because we should have been able to capture all of the opinions around something. And the other thing which we'll highlight as we go through, Bilal's going to tell you those no consensus outcomes, which were really quite close to being included, because I think that's important. Because I think one of the things that we didn't mention this morning, if we think about Delphi methodology, you are asked to prioritise something, and you prioritise it, and so do a group of other people. And then depending upon the methodology, before you vote again, you're given the results of either your stakeholder group or everybody. So the mental process is, okay, that's the priority I gave it. How do I compare to everybody else? Do I want to change my answer? Because there isn't a right or a wrong answer. Yeah? And you might say, no, actually, I'm happy, I'll stick with that. And other times you might think, I'm not so sure. So we're not doing 2 rounds, we're doing 1 round. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, in that eDelphi exercise, these outcomes did not reach consensus. We're going to have a chat about them. Why? I want to know if you think, yeah, and I don't think it should be in, or, well, I think it should be in, and the reasons why. We'll listen to everybody else's, opinion, and then we'll vote again. And as I say, you may vote no differently than you did if you participated in the eDelphi. That doesn't matter. Yeah? It's getting yourself to think, do I want to change my mind? Yes or no? Okay, go for it.
Right, so as we've said, we're not discussing complications anymore. That will be on another day, another time. So I want you all to select your group. If you haven't signed in, again, you may need to re-sign in because we've set things up again. Sorry, we'll do that again because one of the patients wasn't on. Right, so I've selected that for him. Okay, so there's one person who's signed in that's still to vote, so we're just going to give it a few more seconds. Okay. So 14 surgeons, 7 nurses and 5 patients. So the first topic, or the first outcome, which is not a complication, is gastrointestinal functional problems, which are symptoms related to how the digestive system works, including those which may be problematic many months after discharge. And it may be useful for me just to mention some of the what that includes, what that means. So just bear with me. Things like dumping syndrome, hiccups, nausea, vomiting, belching, reflux, problems with dry mouth, problems with being able to eat and drink, bowel issues as well. So over to you.
Okay, right. So we want to know your opinion, whether you feel it should be in or whether you feel it should be out, because, of course, then we can all have a think and decide with our round of voting. So, anybody have any strong feelings about... Anybody thinks that, well, this is ridiculous, this should be in? Anybody have any comments?
But bearing in mind that the results from the survey, the patients include, surgeons include, and nurses, had they increased their number by 0.4%, they would have included it.
Ian, I was just going to confirm what you just said. Are you serious? It must be in.
Okay. And why do you say that? Based on its impact on...
Oh, I'm selfish. It's all about me. You know, I want to feel that I'm getting back to normal as quickly as I can, and all the various things that have just been listed. Dumping syndrome and various bowel and digestive issues just mean I'm not going to get back to normal quickly. So let's include it.
Can anybody, if you don't necessarily want to say why you don't want it in, can anybody give us some, the nurses, any reasons why you think that it wasn't necessarily as well supported?
Actually, when I answered this question, I was working as a research nurse, and now I've joined as a CNS. I feel like I've changed my mind, so... And you're allowed to? Yeah, so it might be different
So
now.
you could have been the 0.4%.
Maybe, yes, so yeah. So I don't know anybody else.
But what's changed your mind?
Microphone, Ian.
Just
What's changed your mind since you've been a CNS? A clinical nurse specialist?
Yeah, just being in the clinics and seeing patients and seeing how it can affect the quality of life. Just had a different experience.
So is it something that in your time as a nurse specialist that patients will often bring that problem up to you, or?
Yeah, I just think I've seen it in a different light, in a different role.
We have a comment online which is vague and broad definition, how many months after surgery, ? And I want to clarify that these definitions were developed, or these meanings were developed by a group of patients, surgeons and nurses. And, you know, these are not necessarily the final definitions. We would discuss matters further in future.
Another point is, and again, I keep coming back to it, this methodology is not perfect. Nobody is suggesting that it is. But there is nothing, what we were doing before, clearly, was not maximising the benefit of our research effort and the benefit of the altruism that patients gave in agreeing to be involved in research. So, yes, it's not perfect. I suppose the answer would be in terms of how many months. We've got to think about what to measure, how to measure it, and when to measure it. So, as much as I understand what that comment, what that person was referring to, if we're just saying, ignore the when, we're just saying at any point after the surgery, when we're thinking about the outcome, has it been a success? How important do we feel that is? Has anybody else got any comments?
We have an online comment. It is not realistic to have this reported in all trials. So I've asked the question back why, so we're still awaiting a response, but once again, I think it's important to stress that if something is difficult to measure, let's not worry about that just now. We can develop the appropriate tools in the future. What we want to know now, is it important, or is it core, or is it not? Let's worry about how we measure it later.
Have you got any other comments from the patients that are here? Anything on top, or is Jeff's explanation entirely covering everything? Yes.
Yes, it should be included categorically, because when you actually come out of the surgery, there's a lot of things that you just don't say because you think it's the norm, or you're just recovering, you don't really think about it. Then when you do just happen to mention it, oh yeah, this is what it is. And then there are implications, like with the dumping, there are implications. It's not just dumping, it's the after effect, the body functions and everything. So yes, categorically, it's got to be included, there's no doubt about it.
Another comment, I think it's too longer term and might not be relevant to trials in gastrectomy. So it's important, but not probably not a core outcome. That's the opinion of two people online, two surgeons online.
Another surgeon.
Gastric surgery and gastrointestinal effect of it is go hand in hand. It happens. The only thing would be that in short term, probably it will happen to everybody. The question is that, is it long-term effect? And we would want to know that as a surgeon. I think patient would want to know. So if a trial is conducted for gastric surgery, in my view, it should be a core outcome. Although my view would be that it would be, in every case, there would be some effect anyway, because that's the part that we're dealing with.
I should have put a caveat on what I said before, and that is that I kind of anticipated, and I was told that there would, obviously immediately after surgery, there are bound to be some issues as the stomach is healing, and I'm kind of unequivocally supporting this as being a core element in the survey after that period of recovery from the usual stomach healing itself process. So the longer term issues, so I would say problematic in the period after recovery from discharge from hospital.
So again, I'm just making a comment as a layperson. So I guess perhaps what we need to think about is that if we're comparing surgical approaches, perhaps one surgical approach might preserve something within the alimentary tract that means you get less of one of these complications perhaps than you would do with another. So I think we've got...
One final comment online, because I want to make sure that the online guys feel included. Another surgeon agrees with the fact that this may not be a core outcome. Wishing to put this outcome in a trial needs a standard and agreed definition. So again, my response to that would be, yes, more work needs to be done on telling us exactly what we mean and how we measure it, but that is for another time. Yes. So should we move on to voting? Right, so vote away. So I have 5 more participants who are logged in. We just need to wait for them. Has everybody in this room voted? Yep. There we go, fine. So, the results are, ooh, interesting. So patients 100% find that this is a critically important outcome. Half of nurses find that this is critically important, and half of surgeons. So we've actually moved away from the initial Delphi following the discussion, okay? And so that does not meet the criteria for inclusion in the core outcome set. Now again, we'll stress this, and I can't stress this enough. Just because it's not in the core outcome set does not mean that it will not be reported by studies.
It also doesn't mean that Bilal won't be reporting how strongly patients felt about it in the papers that accompany this work.
Very good, thank you. Let's move on swiftly. So this is a complication, so we're not going to discuss this. Okay, we'll ignore that. Ability to complete treatment pathway. So the meaning or description we've given is being well enough to complete all aspects of treatment, such as chemotherapy and/or radiotherapy following surgery. So we have a look at the results from the international survey. We can see that patients strongly agree there, 80%. Surgeons very closely agree with the patients. And again, we've only just narrowly missed out here from the nurses, who 2/3 agree that this is critically important.
Okay, are there any initial comments?
I apologise about trying to hug them. And this is about the semantics of the question, and based on my own experience, that in fact post-operatively I should have had 4 cycles of chemotherapy, and because of a poor reaction to the 3rd one, I never had the 4th. So I had sort of four as planned pre-operatively, 3 out of 4 post-operatively. So I didn't complete all aspects, but I found out that only about 30% of the patients do on this particular process that I was involved in. So if one takes that literally, then you would actually have a slightly misrepresented thing. Perhaps you just say most of the...
So am I right in saying, Jeff, from what you're saying there, is that there could be some other factors that are influencing why you might not be able to complete the planned adjuvant treatment with chemotherapy, and therefore you don't feel it would be a central, very important outcome to measure if you're trying to determine or compare the efficacy of 2 operations? Is that?
No, what I'm saying is if you change the 4th word, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6th word to most aspects of, we want to complete most aspects of treatment, then I think that would probably deal with the vagary that I just touched upon and relate to myself.
Okay. So when we look at trials and research, one of the things that we want to know is all the aspects of the intended treatments, did we complete them properly? Did we fully complete all aspects of the treatment? And that's why we've used the word all here rather than most. Because one perspective from people who design the trials, they want to know, have patients been able to do everything that we've said that they should do or should complete?
I think the danger, if you do that, is that, I mean, that according to what I was told at the Christie, 7 out of 10 of us didn't complete the second 4 cycles of chemotherapy. And I doubt whether that was anything whatsoever to do with the surgery. There's a danger then that you would you'd distort your survey results because of a non-surgical issue. Mine was to do with an infection, and I had a bad reaction to it, and they decided not to risk the foot. But then I discovered that quite a few people don't have the last thing. So I wouldn't want you to skew your survey because of a non-surgical issue. I doubt whether you would either.
So, Jeff, I just wanted to address Jeff's point there, in that some interventions do cause more complications, more morbidity. That then means that people have sort of months of being, suboptimally well enough to carry on with their treatment. And it can also mean that they tolerate the start of that, but then they just tipped over the edge and they can't carry on. And the purpose of including this sort of thing is to just see if they can be separated out in a large sort of trial population or not. Does that sort of
Janice.
help?
Yeah. Hi, I'm just really curious because you've got 80% of patients, 79% of surgeons, and 66% nurses. And because the nurses are the go-between between the patients and the surgeons, I'm just wondering why there's such a big drop when really it should be more. But obviously, I don't know if the nurses are here that answered that question. But even for the nurses here, I'm just a bit curious when they're the go-between, why that is 66%.
Nurses?
I'm one of the nurses. I think, you've said about us being the go-between, and we are, but we also see a lot of patients as well. So, you know, I've been nursing, doing this job for 20 years, so I've seen a lot of GI patients coming through. And I think I probably answered the question as not critically important, mainly because I think, again, it goes to the wording, is being well enough to complete all aspects of treatment. Not all patients, for whatever reason, aren't well enough. And when patients don't complete the treatment, they come back to clinic and they're disappointed that they haven't completed treatment, and they feel that it's an onus is on them, and that if they don't complete the treatment, then they failed in that pathway journey. So I think I was looking at it from the patient's perspective, not the surgeon's, in the fact that, you know, not all patients, as Jeff has said, do complete for whatever reason. Either they've had complications after surgery, they've not recovered well enough before they can start the chemotherapy, and even in some cases, some patients opt not to have post-op chemotherapy because they struggle so poorly beforehand. So I think that's why.
Comment from
aspect.
Online. Not completing treatment is important to include, but outside a surgery. But outside the core outcome. So these are 4 surgeons. Another one is it's clearly important for cancer studies and will be very disappointed if not included, but for a surgical trial might not be so relevant.
A last point. Oh, 2 points.
I come to the same point again, that for trial, we actually want to know the information whether it is fully implemented and the result that has come out of it is valid. So if one of the most important aspects is not reported, and some trial doesn't report, and we each equally grade it because it was not in the core outcome, I think it will get undue advantage. So my feeling is that it should be in core outcome, because the result will be influenced by how many people have completed the full course of treatment.
Mine is mainly a question, because at the beginning I was thinking, of course it has to be included, because when we compare trials, we want to know how many patients had the full treatment, how many patients skip the neoadjuvant chemo or the post-surgery chemo, because the results might be different because of that. But reading again the question is ability to complete. So are we focusing on the patient point of view of being well enough, or are we focusing on the treatment completion according to survival, for example?
Both, isn't it? It's both, and it's whether or not they complete, and probably why as well they don't complete.
I think perhaps I'm understanding this, well, maybe I'm not understanding this, but from a patient's perspective, I think what this is saying is that we should include whether or not a patient completes the treatment, but that's not to say that if you don't complete the treatment, you're not fully treated. Am I understanding? Is that perhaps where the concerns are from the patient's perspective? We're not saying that if you don't complete the treatment, that's not, you know, that it's bad, because sometimes it's not, but that's not what the point of this is.
Yeah, we're not passing judgment as to what that means. What we're saying is, do we need to know this information? Is it core that we need to know this information?
I can actually go one step further from what Naheed said, and that is that my ability to complete the treatment, I don't believe in my case, was anything whatsoever to do with the surgical process. And I just wonder whether you are in a position to isolate those two in some way, shape or form. Otherwise, because of the percentage that people apparently, of the critically on the course that I was doing, don't complete, and there could be a myriad of reasons, then is it important to separate?
One more comment from Meg?
If we don't complete the treatment, because you said sometimes it doesn't mean to say that we're not okay. So I'd want to know, or I think it's important in the study to find out when we are okay, you know, to find out if there's criteria that can help us when we're not okay. So if we don't complete the treatment in these circumstances, that could happen.
Yeah, but we wouldn't know that unless we know
That's
that.
right, correct.
Okay, so we vote?
Yeah.
Right, vote away. It's good to see that people are not changing their minds, and they're pretty. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. And on each slide, you can see there's the reminder: is it core? You know, is it so vitally important that everybody must report it? What were the results from the survey? And don't worry about how we measure that. So we've got two more. Two more voters. I feel like a bingo caller here. I think 10 more seconds and then we'll move on. Ooh. Okay, so the votes are as such. There you go. So again, nurses think that this is important, but not critically. Surgeons just missed out on the 70% mark, and patients find it's critically important. So this does not make the core outcome set. We'll ignore pancreatic complications because we've said we're not doing complications. Right, so need for an additional intervention. And unexpected additional procedures or surgeries which may be required. Results from the international survey, patients and nurses did not feel as strongly as surgeons.
Sorry, Bilal, for my benefit, what would an additional procedure be, for example?
An additional procedure may be an operation due to a complication, or it might be an inevitability of the operation. For example, if you have had difficulty maintaining your weight, you might need to have a feeding tube placed. Or, for example, if there is tightening of some of the surgical joints, you might need those stretching out. So there's lots of different reasons.
Okay, and yes, Alan.
Sorry, Bilal, does this not come under complications and the sequelae of complications?
So it can do, but there may be inevitabilities of surgery that aren't necessary. So if you have problems with your gastrointestinal symptoms, you may require additional procedures. I don't want to... Yes, there may be complications which require additional procedures, but there may be other interventions as well that can be done not because of complications. So...
Any other comments? Have any of the patients, if you don't have to answer this, did you require an additional procedure that you're willing to talk about, or do you think it's important? Any comments at all? Obviously, don't say anything that might make you feel uncomfortable.
I think it's such a shock. It's such a shock to get cancer, and then it's an even bigger shock to think that you're going to lose your stomach or a lot of your stomach. So I think being prepared again, and you know, given the information, right? Well, you may need this or you may need that, and if they include it as a core, it might be that we find a pattern, or so it's going to be better information. It's going to be more helpful for us to know.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody think it shouldn't be in? Or comment?
No, I completely agree. It should be included with the complication, because most of the time is, even if a joint stricture requiring dilatation, it's a kind of complication. minor, but it is so.
Okay, yeah. Anybody think it shouldn't be in for any other reasons? Or thinks it should be in?
Can I just seek clarification? Is this post-operative?
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
pre-operative?
No.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay.
Okay, let's vote. I think one of the participants is struggling with the app. However, just to reassure, they'll have a chance to re-log on shortly. So we're waiting for at least the next 2 votes. Do you want to fill the silence? Okay, I think let's move on. Right, okay. So there was more agreement between the 3 groups, but again here we don't quite reach the required consensus that this is critically important. Let's move on. Not doing that one because it's a complication. Or that one because it's a complication. Look at the smiles on people's faces as we're flitting through these. Or this one. Right. So, readmission to hospital. Whether a patient needs to return to hospital after being discharged following surgery. So, patients, less than 50% thought this was critically important. Surgeons felt it was very important. And nurses only just missed out by including it.
Okay, if we start with the patients in the room, it doesn't matter what you voted, but could you give us some context why you think it perhaps wasn't considered as important by the patients completing the online Delphi? Anybody any thoughts?
I think it's probably because a lot of the patients it didn't affect. Maybe there were some patients that returned to hospital, but obviously if you've not returned, you've not seen the need for the urgency of it. So I think it's down to personal experience.
Okay, again, just to educate me, the surgeons in the room, roughly speaking, what is the readmission rate after a gastric surgical procedure?
That's a great question, Ian. And I think the reality is, we don't know.
Right, okay. Is it low?
I think following gastrectomy is pretty rare, actually, in my experience. So, do you want to comment?
I think it depends a little bit on the timing, because I think the most readmissions after gastrectomy are much further down the line due to nutritional problems.
Again, it's just semantics from my point of view. Should you not say readmission? I mean, I returned to hospital for just a post-operative sort of feedback session. Well, that's a return to hospital, isn't it? The reality here is I'm sure you wanted to establish readmission when there's a need for...
So the readmission meant you had to be admitted into the hospital.
No,
As an inpatient, not as an outpatient. It means as an inpatient, so you have to come in for something or stay in overnight.
Okay, so you wouldn't, in other words, you wouldn't change the word return to readmission, readmit rather.
Yes, we could change that, but yes.
These are the, yeah.
Yes,
these-
that's a good point.
It's a
That's
very good point.
Very good point.
We're just using the ones that were used in the eDelphi, and obviously that came under, that was the description, and the outcome was readmission to hospital. But yes, I get.
Yeah, for this, that
Alan.
makes sense.
I think just we should put down a time frame of this readmission, because of course a readmission within 30 days might more have to do with the operation itself. A readmission after a few months because of nutritional issue might be inevitable. So readmission to the hospital, but when? And I think that the when is important.
We will certainly be doing more work on the when, absolutely. A couple of comments online. Readmission within 28 days are recorded in the United Kingdom routinely. The reason of readmission is important, and we need to seek clarification. Another comment, unplanned readmission, usually related to complications, is a global quality improvement measure reported by certain groups. Another one is it's crucial to understand enhanced recovery programs or early discharge.
There needs to be clarity on the reason behind readmission, whether it's planned and a necessary part of the pathway, like removing of your feeding tube, or whether it's an unplanned readmission which has much more negative connotations, and that is possibly why the patients surprisingly have voted 50% or less, because it isn't quite clear. And a lot of patients, when they do come back in, it's not necessarily for solely negative reasons.
Yes. So I'm able to refer back to the original terms where we pick these outcomes out of the study trials, just to give you...
Oh, actually, just pause there. So what we're talking about there is that when Bilal has looked at all of the published papers, then the first thing you do is you actually use the wording from that paper. And then the next exercise is you say, okay, we've got this long list of, and it was over 150 outcomes, and then
400.
400. Then Bilal worked with a patient group and to say, okay, do we think that that and that is describing the same thing, or what they're describing is sufficiently similar that they're grouped together?
Another point. Yes. So the timing, there were different timings. There was sometimes 30 days, sometimes 90 days. The terminology was readmission to hospital. So the word unplanned was not used necessarily. We've got some comments here which said it should be unplanned readmission within 30 days. Another one, yes, maybe state within 30 days. I think the when, we should not be focusing on that just yet. I think we need to decide whether we need to know about readmission, and then we can decide at another time about the time.
Because again, the fact of the matter is that people that are doing research in this area, some people have chosen 30, and it might be that more people have chosen 30, but another group has chosen 90 days. And there may be extremely valid reasons, depending upon what they're trying to measure or compare. But the key thing is, do we think it's important if a patient has to be readmitted as an inpatient?
So before we re-vote, are we going to be re-voting on exactly the same wording, or re-voting on maybe inclusion of the word unplanned in order to establish clarity of the question?
So we have a number of comments here which want us to change the wording to unplanned in front of readmission. Again, I'm only using the words that were used in the trials. I think it's down to us to decide whether they mean unplanned. I suspect from a surgeon's perspective, it probably does mean unplanned. I don't know from a patient and nursing perspective what you feel.
Would it be acceptable to the patients in the audience if, when we were voting, that we considered it to be those readmissions that were not anticipated, the unplanned ones? Would that be reasonable? Does anybody feel that we shouldn't change it? Okay, and from the nursing group, do you think that it's reasonable? And surgeons?
Okay,
Yeah?
so we've...
No dissenting voices, no?
So we have no objections to using the word unplanned. Everybody that's commented online, that's 6 people, have also said yes to change it to unplanned. So the vote now is whether a patient needs to return to hospital in an unplanned manner or an unplanned return to hospital after being discharged. And we're not stating the time frame just yet. So vote away, please. And it's interesting to see that patients said exclude, surgeons include, and nurses just missed out. But okay, just a couple more votes. And there's a bit of a discussion even online amongst the participants. They're holding a separate meeting online, it seems. So the question was, one person said, well, what would be a planned readmission? And one of the surgeons said to remove a feeding tube or to remove sutures, whereas an unplanned would be secondary to an emergency complication, potentially. Okay, I think we've got enough responses there. Let's see what the outcome is. Yes. So that is included. So readmission, unplanned readmission to hospital meets, hang on a second, hang on. So the patients, okay, here at the bottom, not less than 15% agreed that it was unimportant. So not less than 15% of patients agreed it was unimportant.
Not agreed to that?
Yeah. It's been a long day. So strictly speaking, this doesn't fulfill the criteria because what we want to make sure is that this is core. And our definition of core is that more than 70% is critical, but less than 15% is unimportant. Yep, move on. Okay, so that's the first third. Okay. Yep. Okay, select your group. Oh, hang on. Hang on. What's going on here? playing games again. Sorry. So we've had a comment. I think it's a mistake not including it. And again, you know, these are preset criteria and we can argue with the criteria. However, these were pre-agreed. Yeah, I'm just trying to... No revotes. Okay, sorry, this is playing up again. Should we have a break? Yeah. Yeah? Should we have a 5-minute break? Okay. Stretch, and then wait for this to start up again. 5-minute break. Okay, right, let's recommence. So there's some participants online that couldn't vote. So if we just reinsert our details again, apologies. Now we should be done here in the next 40 minutes, all being well. Very good. So again, the ID is Gastros, and sign in as a guest initially when you first open up the app. Gastros is the session ID, insert your details, and then we're ready to go. Right. So everybody select their group. Okay, everybody voted? Just give it a couple more seconds. Right. Ian, over to you. So the first one, sorry, I'll go through that. So this outcome is overall survival or dying from any cause, and this includes dying from treatment for stomach cancer, including surgery and other treatments as well. The results were as follow. There was no consensus in either of the groups, and that's a percentage of people that voted critically important.
Does anybody have any comments? Does anybody strongly, for example, think that this should be in?
Yeah, I think this is really important because surely this, again, would give us further information or extra information about whether or not we have treatment. You know, if we think we're going to die from having stomach cancer treatment, then, you know, I know you can die from having stomach cancer treatment, but if the statistics are there, if we give them more information, then I think that, again, that's informed choice, isn't it?
But this is dying from any cause.
Right,
so
okay.
you could be, without being facetious, you could be knocked down, or you could have a heart attack that wasn't linked to your treatment, if you like. You could take your own life. You know, there's something that's perhaps not directly attributable to the gastric cancer surgery.
Okay, well then, no, I'd want to know if it's to do with stomach cancer or if there's some connection. But if it's getting run over, then no.
Any other comments? If not, I think we should... Oh, yeah, go for it.
Just out of interest, what sort of time period are we talking about?
Again, realistically, that would come in the when, down the line. Whatever you would feel would be an appropriate period of time, vote according to that. Because at the end of the day, the subsequent exercises for each of those things that meet the consensus criteria, what you're going to have to do is say, okay, for that particular outcome, what is the most appropriate time to measure it?
A comment online, overall survival is very important. However, some studies only report short-term outcomes. Another comment is dying from gastrectomy-related surgery must be included. So some of the ones that were included...
If we go back to our green
dying
sheet.
from stomach cancer, doesn't include dying from surgery for stomach cancer. Okay, so that's an important nuance here. So if you die from surgery-related stomach cancer, if you die from treatment of stomach cancer, that is not included in disease-specific survival. So overall,
but surgery-related death is though,
Yes,
which
correct.
is the next one down.
Yeah, and I was going to say that, and also recurrence of cancer, which is basically could be part of the dying from stomach cancer. So.
Yes. Another comment, sometimes it's very difficult to separate if related to surgery or cancer or not. Therefore, best to include. Another question, are we talking about 30, 90 in-hospital mortality or long-term? Well, in response to that, overall survival would include all of those things.
I suppose, so when you're thinking about this, and again, I'm a lay person, but if you think about what's already in the core outcome set, dying from stomach cancer, disease-specific survival, and surgery-related death, I would suppose that when you're voting on this, you've got to decide whether this is an additional piece of information that would be mandatory when comparing the effectiveness of two surgical treatments.
The other thing to point out is that surgery-related death, the dying from the actual surgery, is already included as a separate outcome in the core outcome list.
Alan.
Given that you've already got surgery-related deaths and deaths related to stomach cancer, by extrapolation, the only additional information that this question is giving you is everything else.
Yeah.
And the question is it important to have that everything else to contextualize surgery-related deaths and cancer-related deaths? Is that important to you as a patient, the nursing body, the surgical cohort? Because you've already got the other two measurements that everyone's agreed on.
Any other comments
online? Very important to differentiate between short-term and long-term death. And that's what one of our surgeons has said.
That's the when. I think we've got
Yes.
to. I think we've got to go back to what we're actually voting about, not the timing.
Yeah.
Do you need this additional information on top of the two outcomes that are already in your core outcome set? So, should we vote?
Yeah. Okay, vote away. So remember, is it core? Look at the survey results. Don't worry about the when or the how. Four more people to vote. Right, so the results are, and we can see overall survival is not included in this core outcome set. Next one, ability to undertake physical activity, ability to undertake day-to-day activities. Is this a core outcome? And
Okay,
that's how they voted.
right. Have you got a comment, Paul?
For ability to undertake physical activities, and the previous one for respiratory clinics, I think this should be considered, because for respiratory illness, this could have effect long term. It might be something they're just faced with.
Okay.
For instance, you could have asthmatic conditions.
Have you got any other comment, Paul? Have you got any other comments on the sort of day-to-day activities that we need to be thinking about?
Not really, because for day-to-day activities, some people with major illnesses have care workers that step in for them.
Okay, any other comments?
Any other comments? Jeff?
There's one of the green headings, number, which one is it? It's about quality of life, I think. Which one? Overall quality of life, yeah. Is there a huge overlap here, or is it my imagination?
So there may be aspects which make up overall quality of life. Overall quality of life has already been included in the core outcome set. So these are aspects of which may make up quality of life. They may make up that. So there can be crossover there.
I think the key thing here is it's physical activities. Yeah.
Janice?
Yeah, I was saying the same thing, that I would say the ability to undertake physical activities would come under overall quality of life. It is everything. It's a holistic person. It's well-being.
Yeah, so overall quality of life is often a representation of all of these sort of integral points, and the measures and the metrics used to actually represent that do generally bear all of this in mind. So I think, again, there'll be an element of duplication if we sort of include this.
Anybody else making a comment?
Right.
Anything online?
Okay, no, nothing. Let's vote. Physical activities is too vague. If we're not going to include overall survival, I don't see why this should be included. Can you tell which group that comment came from? And again, stressing, just because it's not in the core outcome set doesn't mean it won't be reported. So overall survival might be reported in trials. Okay, 3 more. Okay. And no, it's not. Okay, next. Pain. Yes, you can point that out. Need for pain relief. So let me just go back to what the original items were for you. So the item number 18 says need for pain relief, mainly focused on things like requirement for duration of pain control, the amount of medication given for pain relief, epidural anesthesia, whereas this one is just pain. And you know, you might think that they're, in fact, we're looking at exactly the same thing here.
Would anybody like to give an opinion why they feel that pain would be important enough to be in the core outcome set? Paul?
Well, I think pain has a role to play, because you could be frustrated and kept at home. You could be isolated because the pain was so severe, incapable to move about and just isolated and dependent on care workers.
So you might then say that aspects of your quality of life assessment might cover some bits of pain then. Is that fair? Yes. Any other comments? Why do you think? Okay, let's turn it around. Why do you think half of the people that completed the online Delphi thought it was critically important? Why? What do you think? What sort of things will those people have been considering when they voted it as critically important? Daniela, did you?
I mean, it can definitely impact on the quality of life, but it's such a personal thing. It's difficult to quantify, it's difficult to compare, so I don't think it should be included.
Okay. Would anybody be aware of what a counter-argument would be? Doesn't have to be what your opinion is, but why do we think there was such a split? Alan?
Because I think the many manifestations of pain or poor control of pain are captured within quality of life assessments.
Okay. Should we
Okay.
vote?
Yep.
Should pain be included? Some people are complaining online that I've not given them enough time to vote, so. Pain is very subjective. That's another comment. Okay, and it's not in. Okay, duration of stay in an intensive care ward. How long a patient requires care in a critical care or high dependency unit?
Okay, would anybody have any comments to make about, for example, why this is critically important? Why would it be a good marker of a successful outcome? What might, okay, let's turn it round. Why might including duration of staying in intensive care ward be potentially misleading?
So I think it is important, but the problem is that we sometimes have patients on intensive care for much longer than they need to be, simply because there is not a ward bed. So, I mean, just using it as I mean, we've had a couple of patients just discharged from ITU to home because they haven't gone to the ward. So it's important for the reasons that, you know, if you're in intensive care, you usually need organ support and so forth. So that's, you know, a surrogate marker of complications, but per se, yeah.
Yeah, Paul, do you have a comment?
Yes. Most patients take the period of intensive care, how long they're going to be in, as an assessment of the severity of the illness. If it's long term, it often gives the impression that it's a major illness. But when you're in intensive care, your mind's at ease because you know you've got professional support.
Again, forgive my ignorance. Could you, after gastric surgery, could you be electively admitted as an emergency to the ICU for something that was related to comorbidity as opposed to your gastric surgery?
Yes, absolutely. And it could delay your length of stay in intensive care.
There's possibly a 10% discrepancy between patients and surgeons because prolonged intensive care stay is majorly impactful on the patients and their family, and in particular the carers. If nothing else, it's an extremely exhausting process. And for the surgeons, they understand that there are unfortunately many other non-intensive care variables that block your discharge from intensive care. For example, if you have an intermediary step-down facility, because there's a major leap between going from intensive care to a general ward bed, where the nursing ratio is typically between 5 and 1 to 6. And if you're a blessed hospital with a step-down facility, you get out of intensive care very quickly, and it doesn't reflect on your recovery in the disease process.
So some comments include exactly what you've said there, Alan, about there might be other reasons why you can't get out of the intensive care unit. It might be because there's not enough beds in the hospital for you to get out of intensive care.
Yeah, is there a comment? Okay. Any other comments? Okay, let's vote.
Okay, vote away. And online, if you're having problems, then you could sign out and sign back in again if you wished. Another comment, ICUs stay reflects capacity of the hospital and the facility rather than the quality of surgery necessarily, which is what we've said. Okay. So again, does not make it in the core outcome set. Next one, conversion to open surgery. Surgical team having to unexpectedly change the approach from minimally invasive keyhole surgery to an open traditional approach, usually involving a larger incision.
Anybody want to open up with a comment?
I mean, of course, from a surgical point of view, it's important, especially if you're thinking about any trial that wants to compare laparoscopic to open. You need to have this data.
So am I right in saying then, from that point then, Daniela, that it really perhaps is too specific? It would depend on what you were comparing. I suppose if you were comparing two endoscopic techniques, I don't know, or an endoscopic and open. But
if you were comparing two open operations, this would not be relevant.
So, sorry, what I was going to ask was, I can't remember another question where the difference between the larger incision and the laparoscopic or keyhole, the differentiation was made. Is it made somewhere else in the survey? Because if it isn't, then clearly this has some significance. And then if there is a differentiation made somewhere else in the survey, does the fact that there's been a change, is that significant?
Alan?
Yeah, before we come back to you, May, can you answer that, Alan?
Thank you. I could try and answer that. Frankly, I'm really surprised that so few surgeons regard this as a necessary part of the core outcome data set, because your intention to treat has completely changed. And remember that this is a core outcome data set for surgical treatments. So I'm really surprised.
So one of the comments was that this is far too specific, because there may be trials that don't compare keyhole surgery. So that if there's a trial, for example, comparing the number of lymph nodes that you get out versus, so a trial which compares trying to remove 40 lymph nodes versus a trial which compares 40 versus 20 or D1 or D2 lymphadenectomy, you're not looking at keyhole surgery at all there. You might just be looking at open surgery. So it would not be relevant in that case. So we're trying to find core outcomes relevant to every single trial in the future. Doesn't mean that that wouldn't still be reported or recorded in a laparoscopic trial.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think this is such a massive impact on the client, on the patient, and so I agree with Dr. Lee that you would need to check this out, that, you would need to know beforehand that this could be a possibility.
That's true, but that would be, you might argue that would be something that should be covered in a patient information sheet or the consent process.
Yeah.
I suppose if we're thinking about developing a core outcome set that's going to be used for surgical management with curative intent of gastric cancer, and we're looking from what the techniques we have now and new techniques as they become available, you might argue that is too specific and it won't be relevant to some of the interventions that you'll be trying to compare to open techniques.
These outcomes must be relevant to every trial in the future.
Yeah. Everything that is surgical with curative intent, i.e. you're trying to cure that person from gastric cancer by way of an operation, is that too specific or appropriate?
A couple of more comments. I agree with Alan. Another comment, it is critical because it influences the patient's trajectory, recovery, other things.
So this would clearly be vitally important in studies comparing keyhole surgery to open surgery, but it would be totally irrelevant if you're only looking at open surgery or you're only looking at keyhole surgery. And I think that's a sort of central point in this. So this would be vital in certain circumstances, but we can't necessarily include this for all gastric cancer surgery per se, but only a certain type of study.
Okay, let's vote. So there's a couple of people who have not been able to vote online. They're going to keep their responses. We'll collect them at the end. They've been involved in the discussions, however. 3 more votes. 2. 1. There we go. Right. Okay. Not in the core outcome set. So again, need for pain relief. The need for a patient to take or be given pain relief after surgery.
Okay, would anybody vote strongly that this should be in?
Well, I think need for pain relief is dependent on any other prescription that the patient's receiving, and if there's any conflict between the 2 medications.
So by that, you're suggesting that it depends what you're prescribed for your pain and what other medication and what resting pain you had before. So are you suggesting it wouldn't be specific enough to give us the information needed to compare the outcome? It wouldn't be. Okay. Would anybody... Yes, Jeff.
Okay, so again, it's me whinging about the question itself. I can't imagine there's any surgical procedure that wouldn't require some sort of pain relief immediately afterwards. I might be wrong, but I can't imagine there would be. So surely the question really is about pain relief beyond the normal recovery period following surgery. Is that what we're really talking about?
So the beauty of this study is these are not my words. These are
blame
the
someone
words that are used by trials and studies. So if we're saying that, oh, well, if trials and studies are not clear, well, that's something we need to work on later. But your point is taken. Really.
When clinician researchers in this field have attempted to evaluate their outcomes, if you like, this is one of the things that they have decided to collect. Doesn't necessarily mean it's right, doesn't mean it's wrong either. What we've got to decide is that going to give us really meaningful information that's going to help us compare two surgical procedures? So do we think, for example, that would be specific enough? I guess you might counter this and say, well, different people have different pain thresholds, for example. I mean, is that relevant? Any other comments? Daniela?
Again, it could be a relatively specific studies comparing open versus laparoscopic surgery, but not in all the studies. And again, it's very personal, and it could be, again, in the quality of life.
Yeah. Another comment, too vague, two with 4 O's, vague, no need to include. Okay.
Okay, let's vote.
Votes away. Okay. It's long enough. Oh. And unimportant. Okay. 1 second. Okay, please select your group for this last section. So there's only 7 more outcomes left. Just waiting for the last 2 to select their options. And just like to remind the people online to keep a hold of their votes, and we will collect them afterwards if they're having issues with the app. Okay, so there you go. So this next group of outcomes now, these next 7, they only just missed being excluded from the core outcome set. So you might have noticed a pattern as we're going along. They're just nearly included, no consensus, and nearly excluded. So impact of surgery on social and work roles, the effect of surgery on being able to work and care for others. excluded by nurses, surgeons, patients, just missed excluding them.
What might be a reason that those people that voted to exclude it, why might you feel that it's not important? Any comments on that?
Quality of life?
Yeah, so Jeff's saying there that it would already be covered by quality of life. Yeah. Any other comments? By any chance, was there anybody in the room that voted for it to be in? Or alternatively, can anybody think of any reasons why you, 50% of the surgeons and 50% of the patients felt that it was critically important. Why might that be?
I think we'll move on then.
Okay, let's vote. I've tried.
You're trying very hard, Ian. Thank you. Oh, goodness me. Connection has been lost. Connection has been lost. Oh my goodness. We're nearly there. It is tired. Oh. We've just got a few more left, and it doesn't want to do it. Sorry? Come on.
Okay, I think you've got time for a bit of a...
Yeah, toilet break, I think.
Toilet break. I mean, you don't have to go to the toilet.
Let's have a break. We've got literally 5 more outcomes, and then that's it, finished then. Okay?
Folks.
1 second. Is everybody back in? There's some people outside the room. So we've had to rename the session ID because it's playing up. So everybody log out for one final time, and I promise you that these next few items, that'll be it then after that. So the session ID is now Gastros 1. Gastros, G-O-S-T-R-O-S, number 1 after it. Okay, and choose your group. Ignore the names and whatnot. Yep. Gastros 1, number 1. So for those who have logged in with the one which says Gastros, if you go to the top right-hand corner, there's 3 dots on the app. Click on that and say leave. And then come back in with the Gastros 1 ID, G-A-S-T-R-O-S, number 1. Okay, is everybody on? Right, okay. And for those online that are struggling, just keep a hold of your votes and we will look at those votes afterwards. So we're there or thereabouts anyway. Okay, impact of surgery on social and work roles. We talked about that, did we? Yeah, let's vote. All right, voting's on. Okay, and the results are that. No, it shouldn't be included. That's a complication, so we're not doing that. Impact on perception of physical health. Again, this is an outcome which could be incorporated into health, overall quality of life. How healthy a patient believes they are following surgery. Is this a core outcome?
Okay, any comments? We have touched on the fact before that along with some other outcomes, there is an overlap with quality of life. That need not mean that it's excluded from the core outcome set. And if we look at the voting, well, half of the patients and half of the nurses out of those 1,000 delegates thought it was of critical importance. Why might that be? Any comments that anybody might have? Or does anybody, would anybody feel very strongly that it shouldn't be in? I noticed that the surgeons, only 42% of those that answered said that it should be included. Any comments? Alan?
I think it's because we probably understand that a lot of this information will be contained within quality of life assessments.
Okay, unless anybody else has any other comments, are there any online?
No.
Right, okay, let's go, let's vote.
Okay, again, not in. Oh, sorry, you didn't have enough time to photograph that. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, impact on mental health.
Again, you might argue that there's a similar theme again, isn't there? Is this of sufficient importance that it should be measured on its own and would not be and it would not be acceptable to measure it as part of the evaluation of quality of life? Anybody feel strongly that on its own it should be? We've touched on aspects of mental health earlier on in the discussion. Does anybody feel that when we're thinking about comparing the outcome of 2 surgical interventions for gastric cancer, your post-operative mental health would be a good discriminator or of critical importance such that it would help you to discriminate between the 2?
Comment online, another inexact and subjective outcome, not a core outcome.
Is that me?
No. Not a core outcome. That's the comment.
Okay, should we vote? I think we probably need to.
Let's
I think
vote.
we can vote.
And it's interesting to see the comparison between our voting in this meeting versus the survey, and I think that's where the discussions come in and the importance of the opinions in the room and online as well. 2, 4, 5 left. And as I keep saying, if you're online and you can't vote, just decide which one it is and we'll contact you for the results. Okay. Again, not included. Adverse drug reaction, that's a complication. Cardiac complication is a complication. Okay. Time to recommencing oral intake. This is an outcome which was reported in some of the trials. The time taken for a patient's bowel function to return after surgery such that they can start eating and drinking again. That's a definition that we agreed with our advisory group.
Any comments? Does anybody want to give this context, if you like, or an express opinion in either in support or against?
Well, given that most of the center will follow an ERAS protocol for the oral intake, not necessarily waiting for bowel to start working or anything like that. This is something that could be potentially included in other things, complications, so I don't think it should stand on its own as a core set.
So again, you don't feel it would be a specific enough outcome to measure?
Exactly, and it might be something that for certain trial, again, open versus lap surgery, laparoscopic surgery, you might think about this, but again, if most of the centers will follow an ERAS protocol, this is not going to be something that you will compare to procedure with.
Okay, Another
comments from patients? Do you understand that with regards to the protocol for restarting oral intake? All clear to you? Yeah. Okay.
Comment online. This is too diffuse a concept. I think that was in relation to the last one, actually. Okay, time to vote. Okay, again, not included. Duration of hospital stay. How long a patient stays in the hospital. So patients, I think quite unanimously agreed that this was not core, this was not that important. 29% only said critically important. Even surgeons and nurses, you know, they hit 60% critically important.
Any comments? Jeff?
Okay, so I can imagine it is more important than that for patients, but that's obviously for others to decide. But in terms of the outcomes from the survey, and if everything else was equal, then surely there's a significant benefit in one course of treatment as opposed to another if the time the patient is in hospital is significantly reduced. So I would have thought it's pretty important so it's not kind of surprising that the clinicians on the survey have responded in that way, I guess.
Alan?
I think it's important in comparing studies if the duration of the stay is contingent upon the patient's progress in hospital. I think there are many confounding social factors and the way that health systems and social systems are run that will determine a patient's day of discharge that are not relevant to the patient's progress within hospital. And that's my only confounding
So would anybody
factor.
counter that? That's, again, it's a theme that we've had before, isn't it? That we feel that there are too many variables that can influence this outcome that may not be directly attributable to the actual the technique of the surgery. Is that fair? Yeah. Anybody want to counter that?
That's an online comment as well. Delayed discharge is often due to social reasons. But also another one is it reflects the quality of care that you get in the hospital. So it's important.
But it is, but again, the quality of care you receive after the operation in terms of be that physiotherapy, I don't know, dietitian support, things like that. Although clearly it's of central importance, if we're looking at the actual operation, it might not be specific enough.
Yeah, suggestion would be to change this instead of duration of hospital stay when the patient is medically fit for discharge. So the days after the operation when the patient is deemed medically fit for discharge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, however, this reflects what the trials have said and what patients have said. But that's a valid...
No, it's a very valid point. Yeah. We've got to vote on that question, but it's a very valid point. We would, again, though, have to determine how do we know when a patient's ready to go. There are lots of factors that would influence that. Alan?
So there was a previous question where you felt it correct, all the groups felt it correct to change the question for clarity, and you included the word unplanned when you were talking about repeat admissions to hospital. I would vote in favour of this if there was greater clarity to the question. So, i.e. some measure of when the patient, by consensus, is medically fit for discharge. So that's nursing, patient, carers, and the caring and the medical team. So I would vote if that were the question, but not in the vagaries of this wording.
Any comments from the patients? Do you feel it important to vote on an altered phrasing of the question, or for you is it not important? Jeff, Paul?
I think clarity is questionable, but I'm about to prefer that.
Janice, did you say it was important or not important? Or?
I said it wasn't important because, again, speaking as a patient, it's an individual thing. Some people might have the surgery, go through, come out and they're fine. Some people might have complications. So, to me, I didn't think it was important because it was an individual thing. It's actually the patient and their response to the surgery and treatment.
So, to a certain extent, from what you're saying, is we might capture some of this information by the other things that we're already measuring.
Because you're
complications.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I find that really fascinating from a patient's viewpoint, because traditionally we've always measured length of stay. In nearly every study that has ever been done for us in surgery, we've always banged on about length of hospital stay, and yet you're telling us it really doesn't matter that much.
And if you look at the interviews, patient interviews, it's the same thing. And the survey, round 1 and round 2, patients don't really care about how long they stay in hospital. Because it's easy to report. That's why we do it, I think.
I think you've got to remember as well, as patients, we want to get out, we don't want to stay in. And that's it. All we're thinking about is we want to get, we're going to get home and everything. If you want to remind us how long we've been in there, we forget that when we come out because we just want to get through the treatment and get out and be well and alive.
Okay, so I think whilst that's a very good point that Alan made before, let's just vote on this, would that be reasonable? Let's just vote on that question.
Be interesting to see whether surgeons and patients differ on this. So I think there's one more after this. Or have you ever had a personal trainer that just says, just one more? And then there's actually a secret one after that. So, yeah. Yeah, burpees, one more. The other thing to bear in mind is as we go on, these are all outcomes that just missed being excluded as being core. I've said that again and again. One more. Ooh, someone else has taken part. Okay. So it's split, however, it does not make the outcome set. That's a complication, as is the next one. Okay, the last two are impact on cognitive functioning, the effect of surgery on concentration and memory. You can see the surgeons and nurses, don't find it important. Patients do find it important in 58% of the time, or critically important.
Okay, well, does anybody have any strong feelings or comments? May?
Just the same thing I said before about setting the patient up right from the beginning to be able to go through this process. And I think if they don't have treatment or support or however we package it, that concentration and memory can be severely impaired.
No, absolutely, and I think, again, it's extremely valid.
Mike, can we just have the mic to Amy? Meg, sorry.
And I think mental health and this should be in a separate category.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important. So if we vote now, we can see what the survey done. So cognitive functioning, clearly, it's a very important aspect of activities of daily living quality of life. But if we're thinking about effectiveness trials of surgical interventions for gastric cancer, do we feel that it is significantly meaningful to the extent that it should be measured as a core outcome?
Should we vote? So we've had some other comments. Cognitive function is not relevant for me. It's the total package of care. Just waiting for the next few, and then we will go on to our final outcome of the day. Comment, no resources to measure cognitive function. Post-surgery delirium is not uncommon. And again, I'd like to remind participants that just because we don't know how to measure something or are unable to measure something, that should not influence whether or not it is important. We can develop those measures or methods of measurement in due course. Okay, so there's a split there, but it does not make it in. And finally, a good surgical outcome, duration of surgery. The length of time taken to perform the surgery. You can see patients and surgeons themselves don't really think it's core. Nurses, again, they weren't sure.
Can a surgeon or a nurse give me some conceptualise it or contextualise why might, on occasion, the length of time of an operation be important?
Sometimes if patients are elderly and have comorbidities or other medical problems such that a long general anaesthesia and a long time, if for instance the abdomen's open, could have an impact on how well they function afterwards, particularly if you've got a chest that's open for a long period of time, it takes a longer time to recover. Yeah. So it might be important to have a quicker operation in that instance.
Okay, and I'm deliberately being contentious. Is it all about the speed from the surgeon? If I'm 10 minutes faster at putting grommets in than Alan, does that mean I'm better at it?
So I'm just going to throw a counter view, only because it's my colleague. I don't see the huge amount of evidence that equates duration surgery with outcome.
Okay, so Alan's saying speed is not important because it doesn't necessarily mean quality. Speed on its own does not mean quality.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we vote? Vote away. Jeff's already unpinning the... I know, very important football match. in my hand. Very good. So for just whilst we're waiting for the last 3 votes, for those people online who are unable to vote, we're going to send you a form where you can click on how you voted and provide us your votes, and we can subtract one from the other. Okay, so don't worry. Yeah, just to find out the missing data. So one person says, I think it's important, also reflects the difficulty of a case. It is crucial.
But again, I suppose reflecting the difficulty of the case, it might be that I'm taking 2 patients' tonsils out, and if one of the patients has had lots of infections, then they'll be scarred, and so it will take me longer to do that. But that doesn't mean that that's a negative. It takes as long as it takes. So do we feel in that context that the length of time that it takes to perform this gastric surgery is a good and important way to differentiate between 2 different surgeries, 2 different techniques, if you like?
Should we find out what people think? No, is the answer. Okay, so that's the end of the voting. Rather than give you the list of the outcomes now, because there are 1 or 2 votes that needed to come from online, what we'll do is we'll provide the results via an email within the next few days after we've confirmed that all the votes have been collected. And so thank you very much. Now, one final question that I have, and it's about who should be involved in sorting out definitions, okay? Who should be involved? Do patients, and in particular I'm interested in from the patient perspective, because we do have to talk the same language, okay? Should patients be involved in deciding the definitions, or should this just be left for the people that do the research? I know we're all tired. Do we have any thoughts? Anybody wants to give a comment? I promise this will be the very last thing that we do, and then we'll go.
I think that from the patient perspective point of view, more than being involved in choosing the definition is having an explanation on the definition, not necessarily being involved in which terms using, but to have an explanation of them.
What do you think, Janice? Janice, you were very...
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, you're going to be going to patients and asking them things. And I found sometimes you go into your medical jargons, you use your...
We've done that today, haven't we?
Yes, you have. You've still slipped into it and not explained. And I think when you're going to ask a question, make it as simple as possible. But yeah, you need to have us involved, because if we don't understand what you're saying and you're going out there to get researchers to ask, they're not going to understand. And again, you've got to understand at each stage, when you're asking these questions, you don't know where the person is on their personal journey. So it's important that you ask questions that are specific and understandable, but still sympathetic.
Okay. Are there any other views on that? This is just an indicator. Okay. We will be... I just want to take a quick vote.
Okay.
Alan? No? Okay. Finally, so let's vote. Who should decide? Patients alone, healthcare professionals alone, or both? Should it be a joint thing? And this is important because some of the complications that we've said we're going to have to deal with on another day, I need to know who we need to involve. So Janice has to be involved because she was vocally very for being involved in definitions. Okay. So I think we can clearly say that the majority of people think that healthcare professionals and patients need to be involved in that process. Okay. So, on behalf of the Gastros study team, thank you very much for giving me your Sunday and giving us your Sunday. This is a culmination of 5 years' worth of work, and you know, hopefully it will continue to go from strength to strength. Thank you very much. Thank you. One last thing. Pictures. I need a photo at the back of the room, and then we can all go. Okay.
Can I also be boring and ask people for their badges, please? Because
we
are
badges.
going to recycle them for another meeting. Thank you.